guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Former FBI Director James Comey and New York Attorney General Letitia James are celebrating after federal cases brought against them have been dismissed. Comey called the prosecution based on malevolence and incompetence, saying Trump cannot use the Justice Department to target political opponents.
I know that Donald Trump will probably come after me again, and my attitude's going to be the same. I'm innocent, I am not afraid, and I believe in an independent federal judiciary.
James says she's heartened and called the charges baseless. Both face potential appeals from the Justice Department. Israel says their warplanes took out a senior Hezbollah leader in a weekend airstrike in Lebanon.
A spokesperson for Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office confirmed the deadly airstrike on Sunday.
The IDF attacked the Hezbollah chief of staff in the heart of Beirut, who led the strengthening and arming of the terrorist organization.
According to the Lebanese Health Ministry, 5 people were killed and more than 24 others injured in the attack. Israel has warned it will step up military action in Lebanon and Gaza unless there's more progress on disarmament under the U.S.-led ceasefire agreement. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
President Trump has accepted an invitation to visit China. On Truth Social, he said he had a very good call with Chinese President Xi Jinping discussing Russia, Ukraine, fentanyl, and farm products. Trump plans to visit Xi in April, and Xi's going to visit later for a state visit. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says he's confident the U.S. will not enter a recession in 2026.
Bessent made the reassurance during an appearance on NBC's Meet the Press.
I am very, very optimistic on 2026. We have set the table for a very strong, non-inflationary growth economy.
He did, however, acknowledge certain sectors such as housing have had pressure. Consumers have felt a bit better about the economy since the government shutdown ended. John Summers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Miami-Dade Judge David Young has sentenced notorious pillowcase rapist Robert Kohler to life on all counts for his 1994 crimes, which include burglary, kidnapping, and sexual battery.
One of the three great words, I think, in the English dictionary is, I am sorry. If he had uttered those words, then maybe I might give some credence, Mr. Klayman, to your request for mercy. That wasn't happening. He was combative. He was obnoxious.
Kohler was already serving 17 years for a 1983 attack, and he's believed to be responsible for dozens of rapes across a few Florida counties back in the 80s. The head of the Port of Los Angeles says the Trump administration has not offered assistance after a massive container ship caught fire.
The port's executive director, Gene Soroka, tells CNBC he has not been able to get a meeting with cabinet officials since Trump took office. An electrical fire broke out on a container ship. About an hour and a half later, there was an explosion aboard the ship. Soroka says at least 117 containers were damaged. The ship, which is still on fire, has been towed 4 miles out to sea to prevent it from damaging port infrastructure. I'm Daniel Martindale.
As you cook your Thanksgiving feast, keep safety in mind. Florida Fire Marshal Blaise Ingaglia.
Thanksgiving is the peak day for home cooking fires, and with more than 3 times the daily average. Cooking causes half, over 52%, of all reported home fires.
If you're frying your turkey, keep the fryer on the ground and away from your home. Fully thaw the bird, and don't overfill the oil. Keep kids away, and keep your fire extinguisher nearby. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old world.
All right, and away we go. All right, made it to a Monday. Get the hard part over. Of course, it's a short work week to begin with. Undoubtedly, here as we roll into a Tuesday from time zone to time zone, some of those holiday travelers will be hitting the road trying to get an early jump on Wednesday's big travel day leading up to Thanksgiving. Yeah, Mother Nature going to be throwing some issues our way for those travelers. Boy, looking at the big picture, we've got a little bit of everything on the map tonight. Torrential rains in the south central, moving into the southeastern USA. Yeah, matter of fact, tornado watches in place tonight. Southeastern Mississippi through northern and central Louisiana down to that southeast corner of Texas at this hour. Yeah, there are some flash flood warnings in place. High wind warnings, Nebraska, South Dakota, on up into North Dakota, Montana, much of Minnesota, northern Wisconsin. Winter weather advisories, winter storm warnings. We'll break it all down for you as we get things underway. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. On a cloudy night outside the secret bunker. We've got some rain coming our way, as a matter of fact. Off and on through the day ahead. 50 degrees, though. Yeah, we've warmed up a bit. It's just the calm before the storm. By the time Thanksgiving Day rolls around, it's going to be a much different story. With a lot of wind and maybe even a few flakes of snow. High temperatures, they tell us, are only going to be in the 30s by Thanksgiving Day here in the Ohio Valley. Let's get you a head start for those Thanksgiving travelers out there. With Monday in the books now, what do we see? Starting here on a Tuesday, 25th day of November comes our way. Some Thanksgiving travel troubles will be expanding to the east, north central, and portions of the northwestern USA. We've got several systems in the mix. Two storms that are going to continue to move along Tuesday and Tuesday night, while the storm originating from the southern portions of the country may lose a bit of intensity as it heads toward the northeast. Still going to be bringing some challenges for those travelers out there with gusty thunderstorm, rain slick in highways, and fog. As the volume of highway and airline traffic increases, delays are undoubtedly going to mount. Of course, the spray on the highways increasing the risk of accidents and temporary road closures. Poor visibility at airports may force some flights to operate under what they call instrument flight rules, and may require greater spacing between departures and arriving aircraft. Likelihood of heavy, locally severe thunderstorms from eastern Tennessee and western North Carolina, southern Mississippi to eastern portions of Louisiana for Tuesday and Tuesday evening. Across the northern tier of the central states, we watch for an area of snow that's going to evolve into more of a snowstorm and then later blizzard conditions for some areas. Wow. The north central storm primarily affecting Interstates 29 and 94 with slippery travel, delays, potential road closures Tuesday to Tuesday night. In the northwestern USA, the next storm arriving from the Pacific with lower elevation drenching rain, localized flooding, and higher elevation snow beginning today, Tuesday. The atmospheric river begins to roll in, persisting through Wednesday and into Thanksgiving Day, according to AccuWeather. Wednesday, we're going to be looking at a Great Lakes blizzard. The East Coast storm just kind of lingering. And in the Northwest, the atmospheric river continues to pester travelers there. Much colder air is going to sweep in from the central states, headed off to the east and south Wednesday into Thursday. As the storm in the north central tier continues into the middle of the week, We'll be watching for some substantial blowing and drifting snow in portions of Minnesota and northern Michigan, with an all-out blizzard developing in the vicinity of Lake Superior, they tell us. Major travel problems will occur along portions of Interstates 35 and 94 in Minnesota. Blizzard conditions forecast from Alexandria and Duluth, Minnesota, Ironwood and Marquette, Michigan. We could see some secondary roads blocked by snowdrifts, near zero visibility at times, making dangerous travel conditions. Further to the southeast, as that sweep of Arctic air expands, bands of lake effect snow will develop off Lakes Michigan, Huron, Erie, and Ontario. Numerous interstates, 75, 79, 81, 90, 196, affected by pockets of heavy snow, snow-covered roads, and poor visibility. Mother Nature's going to give us a bit of a wallop leading up to Thanksgiving. Winds gusting over 40 miles per hour could cause airline delays in cities including Minneapolis, Chicago, an airport that has issues on a good day. The last thing they need is bad weather conditions with so many exchanges taking place there. Detroit, Cleveland, you're going to be in the mix as well. While the storm along the East Coast begins to head out to sea, still could see some travel delays with some morning rain and fog on Wednesday. Weather conditions should improve Wednesday afternoon and evening along the Atlantic seaboard. Some airlines may continue to experience delays depending on the extent and the amount of rain and fog you see earlier in the day. Meanwhile, back to the northwest, the heaviest rain from the atmospheric river focuses on southwestern Washington and northwestern Oregon. But it's also going to affect parts of the I-5 corridor. Again, airline and highway delays anticipated for Seattle as well as Portland. Snow levels will rise above the major passes in the Cascades Wednesday, but rain, fog, gusty winds still posing some travel challenges. Coming up, we'll take a look at Thanksgiving Day Direct. The majority of travel problems in the U.S. Confined pretty much to less than, say, 100 miles off the shores of the Great Lakes, with the lake effect snow event continuing through Thanksgiving Day. Meanwhile, questions as millions head into New York City, anticipating the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade, the long-standing tradition for millions of people around the country. Weather could threaten some of the iconic displays. The parade has marched through all kinds of weather over the years. On occasions, it's bitter cold to rain showers. Winds remain one of the biggest concerns. Gusty conditions may keep the towering balloons grounded or maybe force them to fly lower along the 2.5-mile route. This year, organizers will be keeping a close eye on the forecast as Thanksgiving morning approaches. Right now, they tell us winds could gust 20 to 30 miles per hour. So winds will be a factor they're watching very closely. Here's the criteria. If sustained winds are higher than 23 miles per hour or gusts surpass 34 miles per hour, the balloons are grounded. Long-range expert Paul Pastelok says the balloon should be able to fly, but they may have to keep them a bit closer to the ground. Now, if stronger winds forecast for the afternoon, maybe arrive a few hours early, plans to fly the larger balloons could be impacted. They have what they call the wind tunnel effect between buildings that could make the winds feel stronger in some spots. They, again, may be kept closer to the ground. The only time all the big balloons have been grounded due to strong winds, believe it or not, was 1971. There have been a number of close calls in recent years, including in 2019 when gusty winds injured some of the balloon handlers and damaged a few of the other inflatables. Many still made their way down the parade route, though. In 1997, we had a wind gust of 43 miles per hour howling through the city streets during the parade, forcing volunteers to struggle for control of the balloons. There were actually 2 people injured when the Cat in the Hat balloon struck a lamppost that year that broke off the metal arm. Forecasting actually mostly sunny conditions for the parade, but it's the persistent breeze that's going to add to the chill to that morning air. So obviously a jacket, maybe even a coat, may come in handy for those attending the parade in person. Temperatures forecast to be in the 40s, they tell us, through the parade, which is right about average historically for New York City in the late months or late weeks of November there. So indeed, keeping an eye on the balloons for the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. So the same storm responsible for blizzard conditions across the northern tier of the central states leading up to Thanksgiving is expected to trigger heavy lake effect snow and squalls in parts of the Midwest and Northeast on the holiday and through part of the extended weekend. Here's what they tell us. We'll have a zone of snow and a wintry mix stretching across portions of the Great Plains and eventually the upper Midwest, maybe affecting travelers, especially headed home Friday or Saturday. And now, if you're familiar with the lake effect snow, how quickly visibility can drop, roads can become very slippery. Holiday travel often brings many drivers who are less experienced, of course, in driving wintry condition, increasing the risk of accidents, especially during the changing visibility and road conditions caused by the lake effect snow. Now, this hazard's going to persist downwind of the Great Lakes from, say, Thanksgiving night through Friday night. Now, keep in mind, if you actually happen to get stuck on the highways, you will be facing gusty winds and bitterly cold conditions. The heaviest bands of snow expected across northern and western Michigan, northeast Ohio, northwestern Pennsylvania, and then the typical western, central, and northern New York on Friday. Interstate 75, 79, 80, 81, 90 will be the major roads at greatest risk for some wintry troubles. There will be brief but intense snow squalls developing from central Ohio and northern West Virginia over into western Maryland, much of Pennsylvania, northern New Jersey, and parts of northwestern New England. A few snow showers may reach as far south as Philadelphia and New York City come Friday. Gusty winds from the west and northwest, again leading to some airline delays at some of those hubs in the northeast. Lastly, further west, another zone of snow and slippery travel is expected to expand from the north central states and eastern Montana to western North Dakota, central South Dakota, and eastern Nebraska. Yeah, wintry conditions for the day would include Great Falls, Montana, Huron, South Dakota, maybe Omaha, Nebraska. When we look toward Friday night, that snow and mixed precip shifts a bit further east. Des Moines, Rochester, Minnesota, Madison, Wisconsin, even Chicago, before spreading into parts of the northern Ohio River Valley come Saturday. It's going to be an interesting travel time here for Thanksgiving of 2025. Welcome aboard. Good to have you with us. Ready for some holiday travel? Ready or not, here it comes. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Well, there he is. Hello to Philly Dan from the city of brotherly love. Steve, they did it again. Had another cargo heist in Philly again this past day. We were talking on our Monday morning program. This is the time of year, the holidays traditionally see a major uptick in cargo theft. The bad guys know that there's going to be a lot of freight sitting on lots, waiting for deliveries, waiting many, many hours, oftentimes unaccompanied. So they'll be out there doing their thing. Be aware. We'll have more on that coming up. Hello, Pappy. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour. That means the overnight drive is hammered down. 48 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Yes, some rain on the way. We're actually going to see temperatures moving up through the night, reaching a high of almost 60 degrees Tuesday near the secret bunker. All right, snuggle up to whomever, whatever, kick back, relax. Dial us up at 844-844-3388. Are you with me? Indeed. All right, Marianne in the house saying hello, all the listeners. Tank, morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Happy Taco Tuesday, or I guess we could say Friday Eve for some. 40 degrees here in Hallbrook, Arizona. Got to stop in Phoenix, drop off one of these boxes before heading on to Banning. So we are hammered down that direction. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. Good morning, everyone. All right, from the Ice Cream Man. I guess KLLM, Tyson got me on the night shift, pulling out of Center, Texas, headed to Michigan tonight. Well, there you go. Safe travels. Got a long way to go, and I don't know, you're going to encounter some of that rain, possibly. Looks like the bulk of it should be off to your east as you're rolling that direction. All right, Kevin is on board. Morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Larry, 41 degrees, Platkill, New York. Round number 1 to Schenectady tonight. All right, happy Taco Tuesday. Roy checks in from Northwest Illinois. You ready for some of that cold air, Roy? It's coming your way. Buckeye Boy, Ackworth, Georgia, with 62 degrees at this hour. All right, got the errands completed, ready to load up the food and the luggage and head to Mom's later today. It's getting closer to the big game. Can you believe they're saying up to 73 million people are going to be on the roads this week? Folks, it's going to take a lot of patience as we travel. Have a good night. Everybody be careful out there. That's the word from law enforcement and officials around the country. Pack your patience. Don't be in a rush. Yeah, you want to get there, first of all. Gilligan, morning, Steve, and the fellow listeners. We're driving under the stars in Dublin, Virginia, with 42 degrees. Everybody keep it shiny side up out there. There's Jeffrey. Good morning from southern Florida. Hello, Steve, the overnight family. Contra Bumpkin as well. Check it in. Let's see. Have a very blessed Thanksgiving out there. Drive safely. Hope you all make it home. All right. Good to have you on board. Hello to No Snow Joe. Safe night. Have a safe night, everybody out there. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. 50 degrees, Carthage, Missouri tonight, with the powerful chrome-plated cow truck parked deep in the lineup, waiting to load some stout show-me state steers for a high-speed trip to the far western regions of the land of Oz. How about a special shout-out to Crazy Ray from the Joplin Regional Stockyards tonight? Crazy Ray, West Michigan. He'll probably be checking in here shortly. All right, how about the scandal in Minnesota where they set up a food subsidy program for the Somalis there and others? Tens of millions of dollars fraudulently sent to Somalia and eventually got in the hands of a terrorist group. That is a true story.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A federal judge has tossed the indictment against James Comey and New York AG Letitia James, ruling that prosecutor Lindsay Halligan was illegally appointed. The cases are widely criticized as politically driven and are now void, although the White House vows to keep pushing. Meanwhile, the Pentagon is investigating Senator Mark Kelly after he urged troops to refuse illegal orders, sparking a major constitutional fight over military power and political retaliation. 'Tis the season for holiday scams. Experts warn that fake online storefronts, often using URLs that closely mimic legitimate sites, are on the rise, tricking shoppers into giving up money or personal information. Keep your eyes peeled.
At the closing bell today, the Dow gained 203 points, the S&P 500 rose 102 points, and the tech-heavy NASDAQ climbed 599 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far, Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, good to have you with us as we get things underway. Who else we got checking in here? No Snow Joe. Good point. We're almost wrapping up the month of November. Hurricane season almost officially over, right? I can't recall off the top of my head how many years it has been, but the entire hurricane, we have not had a landfalling hurricane here in the USA. Had a few tropical storms, but that's pretty much it. Hello, Drummer Girl. Good morning. 44 degrees, northeast Philly tonight. That traffic was actually lighter than normal on my drive to Philly. That's going to be changing here, right? Probably later today. Safe travels out there. Well, good morning to Kentucky Ken.
How are you, Steve?
Well, I'm doing all right, doing well. How about you? Give us a full report.
Good. Well, it's sort of ironic that the day of the stroke, October the 2nd, I had just got done doing my CDL physical. And, Steve, I mean, you know, I was a policeman all those years.
Mm-hmm.
And, I've been relatively very healthy, good shape my entire life. But, you know, it seemed like after the hip replacement and all that, and then the doctor told me you're not a young puppy no more. You're wearing out a little bit. But the ironic thing, you know, having the CDL physical, I was actually copying my paperwork. And I always sent it to Frankfurt. And I was in a store where there was a police chief that has known me forever sitting there. And I got dizzy for like 3 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
and they said I started mumbling my words a few seconds, and I thank God now that I was there with people who knew me, because they're like, call Janet, call Janet, call Janet.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll be honest, I would have blew it off. Thinking, well, I just don't have enough caffeine in me, or, something.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, the police chief actually drove me up to the hospital, and Janet met us up there, and my heart was racing pretty heavy. They said I had AFib, and they've done so many tests, Steve. It's crazy.
Wow.
So I ended up going into MICU for a day, and then they let me out the following day. But they're going to do an ablation on my heart December 2nd. And in fact, I got to go in the morning to get some blood work done on that. But this was all not on the bingo card, sir.
No doubt. Yeah.
I didn't know that I have an AFib problem at all. I mean, it's, they say some people that have that fast heart or whatever, they'll feel it. They know it's going on. I did not. I had no clue.
Mm.
And they think that may have caused the stroke. But thank the Lord, I had no neurological damage. All my functions seem to be functioning. So for having a stroke and walking away 2 days later, I'm blessed.
No doubt.
Yeah, so it's scary though, Steve. I mean, it really is, because I'm telling you, I mean, I know me, and I'm not big on doctors and medicine and all that. If I wouldn't have been around people who knew me and knew something was wrong, I would have blew it off. I know I would have.
Could have been a totally different story. Yeah.
Yeah, it could have been, truly. So they seem to be confident in the ablation thing. So I'm just going to keep my fingers crossed, and I'll get it done. And I'm on 4 medicines now. I was just on blood pressure pills, but now I got to take that blood thinner and all that other stuff.
Right.
Giving me stuff to slow my roll, and that's been terrible, because whether it was trucking or police work or whatever, I always worked long hours, and they said I need to slow my roll. So sort of crazy.
So you slow it down, take it easy, right? That's the idea.
Well, I mean, I'm going to be 64 Sunday, and Janet has a birthday Friday, so we're going after Thanksgiving. We're going down in the state, down Bardstown for a couple of days, just to get away for the other stuff. But yeah, I mean, he basically said that I don't need to act like I'm 50 no more. So I'm going to try to slow down a little bit. I'm going to keep my CDL, but I'm not sure. And first, I don't even know if I would, if medically after a stroke I didn't pass out or anything. I don't know what the restrictions. I haven't researched that at all.
Good.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But anyway, I still get the podcast. I still try to comment. I'm still a night shifter overall, and so is Janet. So we still get a listen in here and there, but I sure miss everybody and love hearing you're still doing what you're doing and doing it with flying colors.
Thank you.
And oh man, you've always, you know how I feel about you. I always have. And before you, it was your dad. You know what I mean? So, but anyway, I'm just going to say this. I'm very thankful this coming Thanksgiving, and I hope if anybody has a little issue that they think, oh, it's nothing, it might be worth getting checked because, and I'm not a doctor guy, Steve. I said that I'm not, but because I was there with people who knew me, I think it was a blessing.
No doubt.
Truly.
Yep. Yeah, and Ken, I can't tell you how many people that listeners to the show, who say that if something doesn't feel right, don't ignore it. Yeah, I guess men in particular, we just tend to say, oh, it's nothing, like you said, oh, not enough caffeine, whatever. So,
that's a fact, and I don't know why we're like that, but I've always been a little stubborn, but. Usually if there's a problem, I'm gonna try to, I still want to live,
Yeah.
That's the thing. When you're getting older, and you're able to start, slowing down a little bit, then your body starts doing funny things, and, you're tied up in doctors, and, it's sort of funny. You go meet up with some friends, you talk about how many prescriptions you're on, what's your ache and pain. So, I don't know. But I wish everyone out there and you and your family and everyone has a very safe and beautiful Thanksgiving. And I appreciate any thoughts next Tuesday about 9:00.
Yep.
And I'll give you an update when I get rolling out of there.
Very good. All right, we'll look forward to it. Hey, I thank you for the update. I know I saw you had chimed in last evening there, and
sir.
We'd been thinking about you, hoping all was going well.
I appreciate you. Trust me, I do. Thank you, Steve.
There you go. All right, Kentucky Ken. Could have been a lot worse. About 16 before the hour. It's 844-3388. Philly Dan said it happened again. Another heist in Philly Monday. Rest of the story, what do you have? Truck driver says he chased off masked men during a meat theft heist in northeast Philly. Technically, law enforcement, they'll tell you, don't try to physically get involved with these people when a lot of times they'll be armed, and sadly, in many cases, they won't hesitate to kill you for something less than the value of your load. Philadelphia police say they took looking for 10 to 12 masked men that were in 4 separate vehicles who made off with a large amount of frozen meat early Monday, a little after 2 o'clock in the morning on Red Lion and Norcom roads. The driver, Kurt Landry, said he was actually sleeping when the thieves wearing masks broke into his trailer. He recalled waking up to some noise. The reefer unit started going up and down, changing sound, so that's kind of unusual. And I felt the truck and trailer kind of moving, so I pulled the curtain to see what's going on, and sure enough, there's 4 vehicles back there and a bunch of guys pulling stuff out of the trailer. Now, he said he chased them off with a baseball bat. Suspects leaving pieces of meat and boxes scattered across the parking lot. He said they took off like cockroaches. The masked suspects ultimately, though, made off with 4 pallets. Landry was scheduled to make a delivery at Quaker Valley Foods about 5 o'clock yesterday morning after driving from the Tyson Foods in Nebraska. Of course, Northeast and South Philadelphia are known to be hot spots for this type of crime. Police say cargo thefts have more than doubled from 2021 to 2022, and since then, there are more than a couple hundred every year, they say. We've had a lot of trailer thefts, according to the captain of the Philadelphia Police. We worked on it, made a number of arrests. The issue had died down. Now it's coming back to life once again. These thieves like to target the long-haul truck drivers while they're parked overnight, often while the driver's sleeping, obviously. They'll break in, take what they can get, anything from televisions to liquor to crab legs, often making off with thousands of dollars worth of cargo. Meat seems to be one of the most common because of its value. All right, our company has us go through a lot of training and puts out notices and bulletins all the time of different hot spots that we go into. According to one driver, Philly is definitely one of the places that they mention a whole lot. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Obviously, with all the millions of travelers that'll be heading out there over the hills and through the woods, law enforcement is going to be out in force. There's another occupation oftentimes where they don't get much time off for the holidays. From CDL Life this past day, multiple states have announced intensifying enforcement efforts here for the holiday weekend. A couple of those states actually issued warnings and safety tips for those hitting the roads, starting with the Georgia Department of Public Safety, stating the Georgia State Patrol troopers and commercial enforcement will be increasing their presence on interstates and state roads during the Thanksgiving holiday period. Obviously, hoping to help reduce crashes and keep travelers safe. This is going to be a 102-hour travel period that begins at 6 p.m. Wednesday Ending at the midnight hour Sunday, they tell us. DPS stated that during the 2024 Thanksgiving holiday, Georgia State Patrol investigated 684 crashes, resulting in 349 injuries, 17 fatalities in the state. Of those, State Patrol investigated 9 fatal crashes. Also arresting 474 impaired drivers, 17,000 plus citations issued, more than 24,000 warnings. We urge everyone travel safely so they can enjoy Thanksgiving with their loved ones. Seatbelts save lives. Take a moment, make sure everybody's properly restrained. In the state of Idaho, drivers can expect the largest law enforcement presence on Wednesday, the day before Thanksgiving. Of course, that projected to be the heaviest travel day. On Wednesday, Idaho State Patrol will partner with the Gooding County Sheriff's Office, the Jerome County Sheriffs, Minnedoka County Sheriffs, and the Cassia County Sheriffs for a high visibility traffic emphasis. Thanksgiving weekend can often turn deadly as it combines heavy traffic with wintry weather. That means drivers need to slow down. Give yourselves an extra time. We really just want you to get to your destination safely and home once again, which is why this operation focuses on visibility and enforcement of driving behaviors that put lives at risk. Meanwhile, Louisiana State Police say impaired driving remains one of the most significant dangers during holiday travel, urging drivers plan ahead. Wear a seatbelt every trip, every time. That simple decision to buckle up can make the difference between life and death. Ensure your passengers, including those in the back seat, are restrained. One more from the great state of Texas. The Department of Public Safety there stepping up enforcement of drivers violating laws through the end of the Thanksgiving weekend. Increasing enforcement efforts, again, from Wednesday through Sunday throughout the state. Troopers will be out looking for any drivers and motorists committing traffic violations, not wearing a seatbelt, driving intoxicated, speeding, failing to follow the move-over laws, and more. Texas roads experience a major increase in traffic on both the days before and after the Thanksgiving holiday, according to the Highway Patrol chief. We're asking everyone to be mindful, whether you're in a passenger vehicle or a commercial truck. Please be patient, follow the law, focus on getting to your destination safely. So they had some numbers out of Texas. During the 2024 Thanksgiving weekend, nearly 46,000 warnings and citations were issued. 4,082 for speeding, 1,284 driving without insurance, 214 for seatbelt. They also yielded 206 felony arrests, 162 DUI arrests, and 67 fugitive arrests. This is going to be the case, obviously, all over the country. Law enforcement will be out and about. Slow it down. And, of course, with Mother Nature and some of the weather issues we're going to be contending with, even more, leave plenty of space between you and your fellow travelers. Well, what do you say there, Horse Feathers? Uh-oh. I think Horse Feathers is actually multitasking. Sounds like he's out of the truck, taking care of some business at the moment. So we'll let him take care of that, get back to him following. Well, we're getting close to the news break. He probably thought he had time to begin with. All right, we'll give you more of the story coming up. Reports that one of the seditious six, as they're calling him now, Senator Mark Kelly, according to the Pentagon, I think it's Pete Hegseth, announcing that they may be looking to file some charges against him. Now, the breaking news this past evening was Senator Ruben Gallego, they tell us, may have accidentally blown the entire Seditious Six operation wide open while admitting that a coordinated script was sent out for the now infamous video that urged troops to defy President Trump. Gallego openly said, he said, by the time the script got to me, I just didn't have time to record it. But I'm 100% in alignment with them. Wait a minute, a script? Coordinated messaging? Directed at the military, encouraging refusal of presidential orders? This is no longer some members speaking out. This is an organized, pre-planned, distributed to sitting lawmakers for a unified anti-Trump message aimed at the armed forces. That's why some are now demanding full subpoenas of all emails, text, signal chats, staff communications, drafts of the script. Who wrote the script? Who circulated it? This is a pretty explosive allegation coming down the line this past day.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump has signed an executive order directing the administration to consider labeling several Muslim Brotherhood chapters as foreign terrorist organizations. The White House says the Brotherhood fuels extremism and undermines U.S. interests. Hamas is calling for U.S. intervention after Israeli warplanes attacked a series of targets in Gaza and Lebanon.
Israeli military officials said Saturday airstrikes in Gaza were in response to what it called a blatant violation of the ceasefire agreement. Authorities in Gaza say 24 Palestinians were killed and dozens more were wounded. Israel also announced strikes Saturday on several Hezbollah launchers in central and southern Lebanon. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
The Department of War says it's opened a thorough review into allegations of misconduct by Arizona Senator Mark Kelly.
The agency said it received serious allegations of misconduct against the retired Navy captain. It's unclear what those claims are, but it comes after Kelly and other Democratic lawmakers were featured in a viral video urging service members to refuse unlawful orders. The department said Kelly could be recalled to active duty for court-martial proceedings or administrative measures. President Trump has called for the lawmakers involved in the video to be punished. Kelly said in a post on X that, quote, "If this is meant to intimidate me and other members of Congress from doing our jobs and holding this administration accountable, it won't work." I'm Chris Coraggio.
A polar vortex is bringing cooler temperature to the central and northern U.S. this Thanksgiving. That includes the Pacific Northwest, Great Plains, parts of Texas, and the interior mid-Atlantic. Millions of Americans are expected to be on the move, with AAA projecting nearly 82 million travelers Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell today, the Dow gained 203 points, the S&P 500 rose 102 points, and the tech-heavy NASDAQ climbed 599 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help, and hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
Former Oklahoma State Representative Mike Reynolds is pushing a ballot initiative in Oklahoma to gradually eliminate property taxes on owner-occupied homes.
I've been involved with county treasurers that sell homes for lack of payment of taxes and things of that nature. And so it just seemed like a good time it seemed like the perfect time to move ahead on trying to allow people to own their house.
State Question 841 will not affect existing school, city, or county bond taxes before the end of 2026. Supporters now need over 92,000 signatures to get it on the November 2026 ballot. Georgia Governor Brian Kemp sets a special election date soon for a congressional district representing parts of metro Atlanta.
He's tasked with deciding the timing for a race to fill Marjorie Taylor Greene's seat. The Republican surprised many when she announced Friday she's resigning from her seat January 5th. Greene says her recent feud with President Trump, largely over the Epstein files, and the threats to her family's safety were both driving decisions. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Travelers, get ready. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy predicts the busiest Thanksgiving ever. 73 million are going to be on the roads, 31 million in the sky, 1.2 million on trains.
We're going to have a busy road, rail, and air as we come into this Thanksgiving season.
He says that peak driving times are Tuesday, Wednesday, and Sunday afternoons. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, here we go. Another day. Another edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Making our way into a Tuesday. Get ready for the holiday travel chaos. As they just mentioned on the news, Tuesday and Wednesday afternoon. So today, tomorrow is supposed to be the busiest travel times. Then obviously Sunday, the big return day around the country. Now looking at some of the comments here, two-time world champion bull haulers talking about we did not have a landfalling hurricane for the entire 2025 hurricane season here in the lower 48. Technically, we got a couple days to go, but there's nothing out there. He said that's solid proof that President Trump's climate policy is working. What do you think? All right, several folks said thank you for the update from Kentucky. Ken, thinking about you, praying for you. Rubber Duck says, man, Ken, you just about described what happened to me last Tuesday. I got dizzy, had no strength in my legs. Yeah, can't walk across the house without stopping. So, yeah, mine's just from smoking. I'll stop. There you go. All right. Hello to Jerry there, Kokomo. Happy Thanksgiving, all the listeners out there. Gary Montgomery on board. Yeah, let's try once again. Well, hello, Horse Feathers.
Hey, morning, Your Honor. Did you try to already pick me up once? I was switching vehicles.
We heard that. We could hear the. We heard the. Yeah, you were multitasking.
All right. Was I yelling? Was I yelling at something?
No, yeah, we heard the beep, 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 and I heard stuff clanging around. I said, he's out of the truck doing something.
Yeah. I was in the truck trying to make it run. Had no air pressure when I got to it. This old beast there, she won't hold air pressure overnight, so we start out at 0 every morning. So, anyways, that's got a few other traits that old trucks have, and of course I did have to remember how to shift the damn thing because the modern engines and transmissions there they don't shift the way the old ones did. You gotta really remember to take these in gear and out of gear and put them back in gear solid, and it's not quite as I wouldn't say it's a knack to do it, but it's not. They're two different feels to the transmissions. The thing is that the new transmissions are a high torque transmission, and what that does is it actually has two teeth on each gear that are meshed together at the same time. So if you think, you take your fingertips of each hand and you roll them together. If you put your little fingers together with, with the edges of your hands together with the little fingers together, and then you roll them around and you start meshing your fingertips together. At all times in a high torque transmission, there are always two teeth that are together. There's never a spot that there's only one tooth in. And the old transmission, the low torque transmissions, they only run with one full tooth engaged at a time with each other. So when the main shaft is turned into the gear shafts and everything, those gears only mesh one at a time in the low torque transmission. So it's a whole different feeling, the gears, everything, and but anyways, we about got it, and of course we're back in the old kitty cat now, so we got an old 3406B model kitty cat, so of course the engine runs completely different than what the new Cummins does. But I meant to say there last night, I was talking to the guy in the shop there that does the work on the fire engine last week a little bit. I was run up there through his shop and telling him about it, and he didn't think that 13-speed was a high enough torque transmission to be behind that big red ISX motor that's all turned up to 700 horse and 2,500 foot-pounds of torque at the end of the crank. So he's under the impression that the input shaft of the transmission let go and probably let the clutch bounce around and break, and that's what caused the major catastrophe. Is probably broke the input shaft right off the front of the transmission on that other truck.
Wow.
So we'll have to still haven't gotten a full report or update. Don't even know if they've even gotten it in anywhere to even taken it apart to look at yet. So if we ever hear from the high up muckety bucks of what's going on with it, then we'll know what we're doing. But other than that, we're just riding around in the old 94 KW here, trying to remember how to do it the old school way.
There you go.
And you talk about the old school way there. There was a posting put up. I forget who it was from. I don't remember if I forwarded it to you or not. There's a couple things I did and a couple things I didn't. And they were talking about the driver shortage, Your Honor. And yeah, it's exactly what almost word for word that's said here is that there isn't a lack of warm bodies to put in seats. There's plenty of warm bodies to put in seats. It's just you don't have the quality driver that can get the load down the road without tearing up equipment, can't get it there without securing it correctly, can't all the things that us supposed old timer. How did I get to be an old timer, Your Honor?
Right.
I tell you what, how did that happen? But all of us old time truck drivers that we're able to do and still able to do. Oh yeah, and can't get down the road without having to have a GPS tell them how to get it there. Even how to walk across the street. They got to have a GPS to learn how to walk across the street. Don't have any idea what a fold out map was. Now I don't know. Speaking of them here, I'll take you completely off subject. Fold out maps. You remember, the old paper maps you used to get at the gas station, and back in the day, I mean, when the guy came out and pumped your gas and checked your oil and your washer fluid and wiped your windows off. God, remember they used to do that, Your Honor? You just go to a gas station, get full service. Man would come out and actually do all that for you while the gas was being pumped. And tell that to somebody now and see what they think, other than New Jersey. So anyways, the guy would actually, if you asked him, he would actually give you a map.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes it wouldn't. You could ask him for a different state than what you were in. Well, back in school, I don't know, it was somewhere around maybe third grade. Do you know one of our when we had like a social studies time, we had to do geography and that. They used to hand out the maps you get from the gas stations to the class. You know what the first thing we had to do with those maps was, Your Honor, after we unfolded them? We had to learn how to fold them back up the way they came from the way they came from the gas station.
That was a task.
Yeah, but that was actually part of what the teacher actually taught us to do, was actually how to refold the map correctly so that it was folded back up the way. And I still stay to that today. And, if I ever get one out every now and then, it's like, if I fold it back up, it's always folded back up correctly. But I can't tell you how many of them paper maps I wore out, especially New York City. Once I learned how to read New York City addresses there, I got taught how to drive New York City, and I ran up there for, I don't know, I think I did almost 3, maybe 4 years running all 5 boroughs in the island every day going down from upstate New York. I'd, kind of like Buckwheat does, but Buckwheat, I don't know how many different locations he goes, but he about knows where he's going. But I was delivering a lot of building products and stuff, and I was all over all 5 boroughs, different addresses every day, and I pulled up my map, Your Honor, so it had the grid where I had to end up at, and paper clip it or take binder clips and fold it all up and binder clip it so it was flat with about 4 pages showing. But then at the end of the day, I take all the binder clips off and refold it and put it back the way it came from the store, put it back in the briefcase, wait for the next day. But anyways, give one of these GPS drivers a map and see what they can do with that.
Right.
But
I don't know. Can you even find a paper map anymore?
Oh, yeah.
It used to be when you go in the truck stops, they still have the little carousel thing with them. You spin them around and choose your maps. Oh yeah, there's still some Rand McNally stuff out there. They still put stuff print on paper, so you can still find some of that. But it costs more now. I mean, like everything else, it costs more because not so many people use it. So supply and demand, without the demand being there, they don't sell as many, so it costs
costs more to keep them on the shelves for the people that do want them.
Hey, you used to be every time you'd cross a state line and go into the Welcome Center, you'd grab a Tennessee map, grab a Kentucky map. Yeah, headed on down. All right, we're rolling into Georgia. Grab a map there in the Welcome Center so we know where the hell we're at. Yeah, now you got your map right there in that little smartphone thing. GPS. Well, Lone Ranger, how the heck are you?
Well, I'm doing okay. I'm still here.
That's a good thing.
Got up 5 o'clock. Yeah, I got up 5 o'clock yesterday morning. Went down to Temple University Hospital for an MRI because I had some pain in my back. They want to see what was going on. But I'm actually on the way back from a unexpected road trip. Guy advertised some cheap, really cheap, early Corvette parts up in Utica, New York. So I made him an offer at 5:30 in the afternoon. He calls me and says, "Oh, I got 4 or 5 guys coming tomorrow morning to put you in line." I said, "No, I don't work like that." I said, "Do you mind staying up late? I'm coming up tonight." So sure enough, I went up there and got there about 9:30. I'm heading back now. But
wow.
I got to watch for Bambi because this is all deer country here. So, it's mating season. The deer are running all over the damn place. And I have to have some admiration for the way animals get a date. Humans, you got to buy engagement rings and pizzas and expensive clothes and all that. You watch dogs, Steve. They walk up, they take a whiff, smells good, they hop on. So simple. Try to imagine a guy walking in a bar, seeing some hot chick sitting on a bar stool, just walks up, gets on his knees, takes the whiff, says, "Yep, that smells good. Let's go, honey." It's just so much simpler, but we can't get away with it.
You think? No doubt.
On the topic of refusing a direct order, that will get you court-martialed, and if it causes any kind of harm or injury or death, it'll get you put in the brig, or maybe even thrown out of the service, or both. So these guys, people that are in the military should know better than that. And some of these guys are in trouble because I think they're still sort of not active, but maybe reserve or something. That's why they're in trouble, because they're still members of the military. So, you learn that in basic training. When you go to basic training, you have a drill sergeant. You learn to hate him before the 8 weeks. But at the end of the 8 weeks, we had a meeting, or at least I did, and he gathered us all together, and he said, "Look, I know you guys hate my guts." He said, "But there's something you got to understand." He says, "The reason we're strict with you guys is because if you're given a direct order and you question that order, that questioning and that hesitation can get you killed. So that's why we're the way we are. When somebody tells you to do something and he's your superior, you do it, period." So these guys, they said, "Oh, it's against the Constitution." They were referring to the bombing of the drug cartel boats. That's what they're referring to. Now, why they want to stick up for those people, I don't know. But those boats they wait till they're in international water before they blow them up. And also, the cartels were declared to be terrorists. You're allowed to blow up terrorists. They're not just Venezuelans going out fishing. Of course, Trump was a little bit comical the other day. He said the success is so great with these cartel boats that people in Venezuela are afraid to go fishing out in the boat. So it's getting the job done. The Democrats are always on the wrong side of an issue. They can't stand for Trump to get credit for anything. That's just the way they are. They're miserable. They're angry. They have no leader. They have no policy. Their approval rating is way low. They have nothing to offer. I can't imagine with such a low approval rating, they should just disband the whole Democrat Party. They have nothing to say, nothing to offer. Their whole agenda is hate Trump, criticize Trump. That's their whole agenda. Now, I've been in shock. You might recall I bought my my house in Arizona in 2022, my wintertime house, and you might recall I mentioned when I take trips out there, I was noticing that the quality of truck drivers was going down considerably. You'd see truck drivers engaging in practices unsafe and inconsiderate that usually were reserved for four-wheelers. I mean, you couldn't help but notice it. You know, the riding in the passing lane without passing anybody, riding with the fog lights on, blinding people when it isn't foggy, running up to the end of a lane that's about to close in a construction. That was usually only four-wheelers that did that. They'd run up to the end, right up to the electric Indian, and then sit there with their signal on and expect a half a mile of traffic that they just screwed over to let them in. So I was noticing that, and I never dreamed, since I'm out of the loop here. Now, I buy most of my fuel at Love's Truck Stops because they always have the best price. And I did notice when I go in to pay for it that the
and I do believe Ranger is out there, as he said, in deer country. I think he lost his cell. All right. Hey, when that happens, modern technology at its finest. Democrat Senator Mark Kelly, in particular, was the one he was referencing there because the Department of War issuing a statement this past day announcing an investigation into Mark Kelly after the comments advising military members against carrying out allegedly unlawful orders from the president. Now, several of the other seditious six, as they're calling them, have been interviewed on various news outlets and questioned over and over again, what unlawful order has the president given? And, well, we're just trying to stay ahead of the game, is pretty much what they're saying. In the event that he does. We do what? We all know now that the seditious six participated in the video calling on military members to refuse to follow unlawful orders. Of course, the president slamming them. Now, Mark Kelly is a retired Navy captain. It was seditious or sedition at the highest level, which is a major crime. There can be no other interpretation of what they said. The president posted, "The traitors that told the military to disobey my orders should be in jail right now, not roaming the fake news networks trying to explain what they said was okay. It was sedition. There can be no other interpretation." He also suggested that they should be hanged for their seditious behavior. But that I mentioned at the time when that first came out, he did not directly say that. Someone else had posted it. Apparently he had reshared it, if that makes a difference. But either way, the Pentagon said Kelly is under investigation. The Department of War has received serious allegations of misconduct against Captain Mark Kelly in accordance with the Uniform Code of Military Justice, 10 U.S.C. 688, and other applicable regulations. A thorough review has been initiated to determine further actions, which may include recall to active duty for court-martial proceedings or administrative measures. All service members are reminded you have a legal obligation under the UCMJ to obey lawful orders and that orders are presumed to be lawful. A service member's personal philosophy does not justify or excuse the disobedience of an otherwise lawful order. Now, Senator Elisa Slotkin of Michigan was another who participated in the video, said police had responded to her home over a bomb threat. Supposedly she was not home at the time. I guess she was being swatted, as they call it. Now, Mark Kelly did respond this past day via social media, stating, "If this is meant to intimidate me or other members of Congress from doing our jobs and holding this administration accountable, it won't work. I've given too much to this country to be silenced by bullies who care more about their own power than protecting the Constitution. If that is not a direct contradiction of what he just participated in with his seditious behavior. All right, this matter is going to be handled in compliance with military law, ensuring due process and impartiality, according to the Pentagon statement. Further official comments will be limited, they say, to preserve the integrity of the proceedings. So where does it go from here? That's rather interesting, but it is 844-844-3388. Coming up, we'll give you some of the numbers around the country as, well, we're removing the English language proficiency, those who can't speak English, taking them out of the truck. Illegals who had obtained commercial driver's license being taken out of the truck. The numbers are growing rapidly. We got the latest numbers this past day. Landline broke it down. Soon, they say, we're going to be seeing the direct impacts of this kind of cleaning things up in the industry. So obviously, we'll give you more on that just ahead. According to the interim final rule from the FMCSA, they anticipate ultimately it's going to be close to 200,000 non-domiciled CDL drivers will be removed. That could dramatically alter trucking jobs and overall employment in the industry. Like I said, we'll give you some of the latest numbers coming up here. Great to have you with us. Hope your week's off to a good start. Your short week as it is Thanksgiving time upon us. Get behind the wheel of a new truck with TEL's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit tel360.com today to learn more.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A federal judge has tossed the indictment against James Comey and New York AG Letitia James, ruling that prosecutor Lindsay Halligan was illegally appointed. The cases are widely criticized as politically driven and are now void, although the White House vows to keep pushing. Meanwhile, the Pentagon is investigating Senator Mark Kelly after he urged troops to refuse illegal orders, sparking a major constitutional fight over military power and political retaliation. 'Tis the season for holiday scams. Experts warn that fake online storefronts, often using URLs that closely mimic legitimate sites, are on the rise, tricking shoppers into giving up money or personal information. Keep your eyes peeled.
At the closing bell today, the Dow gained 203 points, the S&P 500 rose 102 points, and the tech-heavy NASDAQ climbed 599 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
A couple of other listening friends checking in via YouTube, Facebook. Captain Snacky says, good morning, Steve, the overnight family. Right now dropping another load of fuel here in Columbus, Indiana this morning. And with 53 degrees. Now there's Tom. Hey, there's one we haven't heard from in a long time. Good morning, Steve. I'm the retired truck driver that used to call you all the time during the BP oil well blowout. Remember that? You named me Tom the Oil Guy. Yes, I do recall that. Yeah, you always had some good information, Tom. Hope you're doing well. Feel free to give us a call sometime. I guess apparently he just found us. He said, I had to find where you had moved to. So here we are. All right, Rubber Duck talked about the dizzy spell last week. He says, matter of fact, he, in the maps as well, he said, I still have Ohio, Michigan, Indiana maps from the rest areas. But yes, I'm going to get the heart and lungs checked out. But that's not till the 4th, so I won't be driving. All right, great health system. We have to go to the ER for $100,000 or wait. Okay, so you're playing the waiting game. Hello, Norman. Checking in. Still in Colorado. Still no car. Yeah, they're saying maybe by December 1st. The dealer did give us a loaner, but everybody have a great holiday. Be safe out there. I've been off duty so long that I'll have to be retrained when we get back on the job. Yeah. All right. Great to hear from you there, Norm. Plowboy, what's happening with you out there?
Oh, not too much. Nice, balmy 52 degrees in downtown Kansas City, Missouri, here at the Big Blue Oval. I'm glad Ranger lost the signal because I got a question for him and Grump. Only them two, I think, might have the answer. Now, I want to be able to play the podcast for one of my little leftist co-workers up here, Steve. They are questioning in this deal about Mark Kelly and company. And they are attributing it to that H word out of Germany back in the 40s. And you remember how we've chased all them yahoos wherever they went to. And then we chased Saddam Hussein and his sons all over, clear up the chemical alley. And they're trying to say what President Trump is doing is akin to that, and anybody that goes and carries out what is the order is prisonable to them. And I would like either Grump or Ranger answer that question so I can play the podcast back to socialist.
Okay.
But now on Kentucky Ken, pray and pray there, brother. And I've had two of them in my time out here. And they told me to put down the caffeine in the cigarettes, and as we all well know, that's the hardest thing to do. But how in the hell can a judge go against an AG, Steve, or whatever that young lady is, and is going to let Lakeisha James and James Comey walk? And by the way, you had me cussing the radio last night when you said 44 years and how many judges and in President Trump's 2 terms, how many yahoos have stepped into our way.
Yep, national injunctions, 94 of them. Yep.
Oh, my God. What are we going to do? Are we going to have the tipping point? What is that, less than a year? What are we going to have by the time he walks out of the White House in 2029? 400 injunctions plus? This is garbage. And, I mean, we don't need any more judges. I'm sorry. If they go against President Trump, disbar the bastards. And that's just, that's just my long and short on it, because I just don't feel that way, and I can't feel that way because anybody else. Steve, I got a dumb question to ask you. Should we just all change our affiliations, change our political affiliation, and do whatever we damn well please? And hey, we'll get off. Hell, whatever. Like I said. Well, Steve, I'm going to have to get off here, but I appreciate you taking my call.
And I'll give you one other tidbit when it comes to James Comey and Letitia James. When it comes to Comey, anyway, if you'll recall, the statute of limitations was about to expire. It was a matter of days away when these charges were brought. Now that the judge has tossed that, there may not be a way to bring charges back because of the fact that now that statute of limitations has indeed passed. This may have been a kind of a premeditated deal with the judge, knowing if they toss this case, statute is come and gone, And even if it's the same individual or another that tries to bring up the same charges, the statute is passed. That's going to be interesting to see how that ultimately unfolds. But all right, Senor Heatwave, good morning. Did we lose Senor Heatwave? I believe we did. Hey, well, the Lone Ranger is back on board. Let's get the rest of the story.
Steve, what was Plowboy's question? I didn't catch the whole thing. He had a question. I don't know what it was. Something about orders, following orders or something. I don't know what his point was.
That was in regards. He wanted to get, you were kind of explaining it earlier when you were talking about the Uniform Code of Justice, following orders. Any order given is presumed to be a legal order, even if you don't agree with it in your own philosophy or political beliefs, correct? It doesn't matter what your line of thinking is.
Well, there's a few very rare cases where if there's a law being violated by you carrying out that order, there's like 5 or 6 things where you could refuse it, but it has to be something so outrageous. I mean, I can't imagine anybody ever having to encounter that. But I didn't quite catch what his question was. I didn't know. As far as the drug boats, they're in international water, and they are considered to be terrorists, which you can blow up. So I don't know what the now as far as the orders, Kelly, he's trying to sidestep the problem. He's saying, these people make general statements, and they're not asked to be specific. Now, he said that what's happened is we're violating the Constitution. Okay, explain what the violation is and explain which orders you're talking about. Mm-hmm. They never explained it. They make it general. It's like when they were saying that Trump was a threat to democracy. Remember that?
Yes.
What was the threat? They never said what the threat was. It's just a general statement. Oh, Trump's a threat to democracy. It's just a talking point. And then, of course, the left-wing news networks, they pick it up and they run with it. So then the talking point on every single news program, it originates in Washington with the Trump haters, the TDS sufferers, and then it goes to the left-wing media, and they run with it. And then it becomes the talking point for every single one. And there's enough stupid people to pick up on it that hate Trump, the other TDS sufferers, but they're never asked to be specific. And the other thing that aggravates me, these people that violate the law that are politicians, none of them have gone to jail. They violate the law, they're found guilty, but nothing happens to them. They just say, well, it won't happen again, and that's the end of it. That's not the way you do it. Somebody has to go away in handcuffs for this thing to get straightened out. And the other thing I was talking about with the bad drivers, did you say that there was 200,000 unqualified drivers out here?
That is
the figure you threw out there a little while ago?
Correct. Yes, that is with the non-domiciled.
Oh my God.
Yes. Yep.
Oh, now you divide 50 into 200,000. That's how many thousands of drivers that are unqualified, possibly non-English speaking, and most definitely a danger to the highway. And we've seen the deaths, caused by these people. But what I'd like to see is how did that originate? And I can't help but wonder if it is the ATA, because they're always crying about shortage of drivers. And didn't they remove that requirement to be able to communicate in English? Wasn't that removed for a while, and then they brought it back or something? I remember the specifics of it.
It was still it's been in the Green Book since 1930-something, 39. Yes, it was under the Obama administration. They removed it from the out-of-service criteria. So they stopped taking them off the road.
I can't help but wonder if the ATA wasn't instrumental in bringing in these foreign drivers with the excuse that they couldn't get enough drivers to fill the seats. Now, I don't know if that's a fact, but that had to originate someplace.
Yes.
Because all of a sudden, to go from none to 200,000, that's incredible. That's thousands of drivers on the road that are unqualified and possibly a hazard. That's crazy. I mean, talk about a black eye to the trucking industry. The general public already didn't like truck drivers. Now with all these deaths you see on the highway, it's on the news. When people see that, general public sees that, they think every truck driver is like that. They don't know the difference. Only the experienced drivers that are good drivers, and there's a bunch of them out there, recognize how bad this is. This is horrible. This is a nightmare. 200,000. I almost fell out of I fell out of my van here when you said that.
Yep.
200,000. That's crazy. But anyway, I don't know what Plowboy's exact question was, but I think it was relative to the drug boats. But my big question for Kelly and the rest of them is, what was violated in the Constitution by blowing up these boats with cartel members in them? What was violated? I don't know of anything.
So, I mean, my understanding
that's all
is
I have, and thanks for taking me back.
I think the Democrats are saying, why don't we just interdict the boat, destroy the drugs, and then arrest or whatever, and take them like the drug runners, take them to Gitmo or something, rather than killing them? Why do we have to kill them?
Well, if you eliminate them, the problem is over.
They won't do it again.
Now that's the namby-pamby. You got to be kind to people that are trying to kill you. That makes no sense to me at all. Those guys are in Gitmo. How many years have those terrorists been in Gitmo and never were held accountable for killing a bunch of Americans?
Yep.
It's a waste of time. When you kill somebody, when you kill 3,000 people, you should be put to death. Period. And I'll tell you what, maybe there's not as many that want to go up to heaven to get the 72 virgins, because it was just released recently that they found out that those 72 virgins that they were going up there to meet were actually goats. So maybe that changed things a little bit too. All right, that's all I have.
All right, Ranger, thank you so much. Let me give you a real quick, the rest of the story. Thousands of trucking jobs were lost in September, they tell us, as we watch the government cracking down on the non-domiciled CDLs and the English proficiency violations. According to the latest government employment report, nearly 7,000 trucking jobs were eliminated in September, the largest monthly job loss in more than a year. About the same number of truck driver jobs were lost in May of last year, but so far this year, the number of trucking jobs has evened out, they say. Employment in trucking has gone up and down through the year with the volatile trade conditions, the tariffs. In September, there were only 100 fewer truck driving jobs than there were at the start of the year. The Bureau of Labor Statistics employment report does not specify who lost jobs or where. However, September's trucking job losses correlate with the president's push to rein in the non-domiciled CDLs and drivers violating English proficiency. We know this all started back at the end of September, started to enforce the rule, much stricter requirements as well on non-citizens seeking to obtain a CDL. Right now, of course, there's a federal court that has that rule on pause. There's a motion to reinstate the rule that is pending as well. The interim final rule, again, was expected. That was, you heard correct, Ranger, to eliminate nearly 200,000 non-domiciled CDLs. Considering the rule was not published until the end of the month, it may not have affected September's report. Although the non-domiciled CDL interim final rule may not have moved the needle in September's job report, the crackdown on English proficiencies might have, because that was going back to May when Transportation Secretary Duffy said they're going to begin enforcing the out-of-service requirements. Since then, out-of-service orders have been pouring in, according to the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association. More than 31,000 English proficiency violations have led to nearly 8,000 out-of-service orders from June through October. Those violations peaked in September. Now, Dave Spencer is Vice President of Market Intelligence at Arrival Logistics, suggests the trucking industry may see a mass exodus soon. Now, he said the peak season rate increases may just delay the inevitable loss of trucking jobs, with further job losses in October likely being a result of the FMCSA ruling on non-domiciled CDLs. The numbers point to what could be a rapidly deteriorating capacity environment. With all the tariff front-loading complete, the addition of new government regulations, it's been more difficult for certain demographics of drivers to continue to operate without the risk of being put out of service. Even though the courts have temporarily eliminated enforcement of the non-domiciled CDLs, the damage may already be done. What immediate impact the interim final rule had on trucking jobs, it may never be known because of the government shutdown. Now, there's not going to be an employment report for the month of October. So we're just going to kind of try to fill in the gaps with November's report, which, of course, will be published sometime in mid-December. But I can take you state by state, well, a handful of states anyway, as the raids conducted by ICE, along with state and local partners around the country, continue to target undocumented immigrant drivers, those with non-domiciled CDLs, those failing the English proficiency standard. Since compliance with and enforcement of the English standard, that hit a boiling point this year. More states are indeed ramping up enforcement, with a handful of states partnering with ICE during these multi-day enforcement blitzes. As we've been talking as of late, Oklahoma's been hot to trot. 3 different raids in recent months. Then more on the third raid we'll share coming up. Indiana and New York, they say, have also got in on the action as of late. Texas and Wyoming are the latest states to conduct these safety blitzes. Texas officials say they apprehended 31 truck drivers believed to be in the U.S. illegally. 105 commercial vehicle inspections were conducted in this operation along I-40. According to the governor's press release, troopers were unable to verify the lawful presence of 31 drivers, despite them all having CDLs. Now, they said the majority of those CDLs were issued, surprise, in California. Those drivers were then referred to Immigration and Customs Enforcement. ICE determined that all of those drivers were in the United States illegally. This joint state and federal operation along one of the nation's longest transcontinental highways, removing illegal drivers and unsafe vehicles, while the liberal states like California issue licenses to illegal immigrants and risk the lives of Americans. Texas will work with our federal partners. On to the state of Wyoming. They got in on the ICE action, a 3-day blitz looking for undocumented immigrants and truck drivers with non-domiciled CDLs. It was likely just a matter of time before they got a bit more aggressive. According to the data, since June, when the out-of-service penalty for English proficiency was reinstated, Wyoming now has a 92.5% out-of-service rate on 562 English language violations. Enter Operation Safe Haul, a partnership between the Laramie County Sheriff's Office and the Wyoming Highway Patrol and Immigration and Customs Enforcement. It was just last week, the 18th through the 20th, a safety blitz targeting commercial drivers. Now, according to the sheriff's office, the trio of agencies conducted 133 inspections, placing 44 vehicles and 38 drivers out of service, 16 for CDL license issues, 10 were English language violations, 2 for drug violations. Of course, we've been following Oklahoma, as I mentioned. They've had 3 safety blitzes as of late. November 17 was the latest where they did a 12-hour enforcement effort on Highway 69. 160 vehicles inspected, 7 illegal aliens cited for violation of the English proficiency standard. There were also 76 undocumented immigrants arrested for immigration violations via passenger vehicle stops. So the numbers continue to grow, as they say, but around the country, it is 844-844-3388. So, news break just ahead. Secretary of Transportation Sean Duffy, as we all get ready to hit the road, says, the golden age of travel starts with all of us. Now's the perfect time to hit the road, visit family, friends for Thanksgiving. Gas prices are actually way down. And for that, we can all be thankful for a more affordable holiday season. More on that coming up in our next hour. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit TEL360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Former FBI Director James Comey and New York Attorney General Letitia James are celebrating after federal cases brought against them have been dismissed. Comey called the prosecution based on malevolence and incompetence, saying Trump cannot use the Justice Department to target political opponents.
I know that Donald Trump will probably come after me again, and my attitude's going to be the same. I'm innocent, I am not afraid, and I believe in an independent federal judiciary.
James says she's heartened and called the charges baseless. Both face potential appeals from the Justice Department. Israel says their warplanes took out a senior Hezbollah leader in a weekend airstrike in Lebanon.
A spokesperson for Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office confirmed the deadly airstrike on Sunday.
The IDF attacked the Hezbollah chief of staff in the heart of Beirut, who led the strengthening and arming of the terrorist organization.
According to the Lebanese Health Ministry, 5 people were killed and more than 24 others injured in the attack. Israel has warned it will step up military action in Lebanon and Gaza unless there's more progress on disarmament under the U.S.-led ceasefire agreement. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
President Trump has accepted an invitation to visit China. On Truth Social, he said he had a very good call with Chinese President Xi Jinping discussing Russia, Ukraine, fentanyl, and farm products. Trump plans to visit Xi in April, and Xi's going to visit later for a state visit. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says he's confident the U.S. will not enter a recession in 2026.
Bessent made the reassurance during an appearance on NBC's Meet the Press.
I am very, very optimistic on 2026. We have set the table for a very strong, non-inflationary growth economy.
He did, however, acknowledge certain sectors such as housing have had pressure. Consumers have felt a bit better about the economy since the government shutdown ended. John Summers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Miami-Dade Judge David Young has sentenced notorious pillowcase rapist Robert Kohler to life on all counts for his 1994 crimes, which include burglary, kidnapping, and sexual battery.
One of the 3 great words, I think, in the English dictionary is, I am sorry. If he had uttered those words, then maybe I might give some credence, Mr. Klayman, to your request for mercy. That wasn't happening. He was combative. He was obnoxious.
Kohler was already serving 17 years for a 1983 attack, and he's believed to be responsible for dozens of rapes across a few Florida counties back in the 80s. The head of the Port of Los Angeles says the Trump administration has not offered assistance after a massive container ship caught fire.
The port's executive director, Gene Soroka, tells CNBC he has not been able to get a meeting with cabinet officials since Trump took office. An electrical fire broke out on a container ship. About an hour and a half later, there was an explosion aboard the ship. Soroka says at least 117 containers were damaged. The ship, which is still on fire, has been towed 4 miles out to sea to prevent it from damaging port infrastructure. I'm Daniel Martindale.
As you cook your Thanksgiving feast, keep safety in mind. Florida Fire Marshal Blaise Ingaglia.
Thanksgiving is the peak day for home cooking fires, and with more than 3 times the daily average. Cooking causes half, over 52%, of all reported home fires.
If you're frying your turkey, keep the fryer on the ground and away from your home. Fully thaw the bird, and don't overfill the oil. Keep kids away, and keep your fire extinguisher nearby. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, another hour. Here we go. Rolling into a Tuesday. 25th day of November. Getting ready to pack and stack the interstates with our holiday travelers. Hey, come on. Vic has some comments on the seditious six. I know the Grump wants to talk a bit about good old Mark Kelly, Letitia James. I want to grab Tom, I do believe. Tom, hey there. Long time no talk.
Yes, Steve, it's been probably 10 years. How you doing?
I'm doing well. So since we've last talked, you've retired, I understand, and
well, I actually I was going to retire in November of 2017, but about 4:30 in the morning on June the 24th at 75 mile an hour, about a mile south of the Flying J truck stop in Gerald, Texas, there was this little problem of a rod going through the block on my truck.
Oh.
So my truck retired, and so did I.
With the truck retired, it wasn't worth investing in a new truck for a few months, obviously.
No. I had about $9,000 in my escrow account, and I just took it and went home.
There you go. Right.
So, and be honest with you now, I've been set. I haven't even considered going back to work. Really, really enjoying the retired life. So, well, not if you just kind of forget the 2 open heart surgeries I've had. Well, I've enjoyed it.
Okay, so a lot has come and gone since we last spoke. So you were Tom the oil guy that I dubbed you, right, back in the day?
Yeah, when the Macondo well blew out, I put up with guys calling in and with harebrained ideas, and I'd worked offshore for 4.5 years, and so I just, I could. Well, I even know the day that I saw the information how they were going to, one of the ways they were going to fix it. I think I called you that night and told you that what they were going to do tomorrow was going to work, and it worked. I mean, it was just, they finally simplified what they were trying to do to it. So, but yeah, I enjoyed it. Well, I'll tell you what, the reason I called in on it was some guy said, if maybe we could drop a nuclear bomb down there and shut the well in.
I remember hearing that. Yes, right.
That's when I called you and told you how stupid that idea was.
Yes, right.
Yeah, my buddy Steve. I drove for Warner for 26.5 years, and as an owner-operator for 26.5 years, and 26.5 there, and then 26 as an owner-operator, and the rest of it another 6 months when I wasn't. But got 3 million miles safe driving with them, so I didn't kill too many people out there on the road.
That's a good thing, yeah. So I mean, you said something about your daughter has you doing an all-nighter. You're what? You're roasting a turkey or what?
Yeah. She's been police dispatcher for 25 years, and they're having their lunch tomorrow. So she calls up and goes, "Dad, can you smoke a turkey for us for tomorrow at noon?"
Yeah.
So, yeah. I'm getting ready. I'm getting ready to go out there and turn the smoker on and put it in.
So is that what they call low?
I worked overnight.
Low and slow, is that? You put it in for hours at a low temperature, or how do you do that?
Yeah, I've got a Traeger, a pellet grill, and it had goofed up on me. I figured out what I figured out what it was. It didn't work right, and 2 times before, I smoked some chickens Saturday or Sunday, and worked just fine. But I'm not going to trust it. You know, when you got to have that turkey done. So I'm going to stay up all night and go out there and back and forth and make sure that it doesn't shut off like it did before.
Right.
So, but you know, all-nighters was a thing I worked. I run that 2,300 loads for Warner between St. Louis and Kansas City for 9.5 years. That's when I talk to you all the time. You know, I was working overnight.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. So somehow
you were hard to find. I had to use Copilot to find you, as a matter of fact.
Okay. I mean, if you did a Google search for Steve Summers, you should have popped up. But
yeah,
I think a lot of people type in Summers with a U, and I mean it's actually S-O, SOMM. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, I knew that. Like I say, I use Copilot a lot now versus Google. It comes with my Microsoft subscription. So, So how's Steve been doing?
Stephen is doing well. He's a law enforcement officer. He's actually a canine officer now in one of the suburbs of Cincinnati. So he's doing well. That was kind of his dream.
Is he turning a blind eye to Dad and all them fireworks over the 4th of July?
Yeah, he comes over and helps Dad light those fireworks.
I remember you talking about the street festival that you guys had out there at your house on 4th of July.
Sure enough. Yeah, it's not quite as big as it used to be, but yeah, we had a good time. Have a good time.
Fireworks are a little more expensive now.
A whole lot more expensive.
But yeah, like I said, I was doing that, and I thought, I got to thinking. I actually, went. I won't give them the time of day, but I looked at for you where I normally would have listened to you before, on an app on my TV, and you weren't there, so I went looking.
There you go. I'm glad you did. It's great to have you back with us. So you're probably not. You're probably up.
Me too. Really.
You're not up late at night all that often, I'm assuming. Probably most of the time sleeping like a normal person at night.
Actually, my wife was working when I retired, and she was working morning, so she got up at 5 o'clock to go to work. Yeah. I got up at 4:30. So I could be up I felt guilty about not working, and she was still working. So I'd get up at 4:30 to be up with her for a half hour. And I've been getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning ever since.
Wow.
So I get to bed about between 10 and midnight, and get up at 4. But, 4 or 5 hours sleep for a truck driver, that was about normal. You spend 45 years with all kinds of different hours. You start the week out. I'd start the week out Monday at 8 o'clock, go pick up a load and deliver. By Friday night, I was delivering a load at 2 in the morning. Doing a drop and hook, and it just, you just run your hours and it just constantly switched when you were sleeping. So you just get used to staying awake.
Well, I'm glad you found us
I did
there.
Find out I could.
Don't.
I did find out I could still keep the left door closed, though, when my daughter had twins and we were at Yosemite National Park, California. And we left there at midnight, and 1,210 miles later, we finally went to sleep about 22 hours later. So I could still drive 1,200 miles in a day.
How about that? Yep. Some old habits die hard, as they say. Well, great to hear from you. There you go. How long ago was that BP blowout? That's when he first started calling the show. But all right, Grump, lay it on us. What you got this morning, Grump?
Well, to answer Plowboy's question there about Mark Kelly, can he be prosecuted or court-martialed, the answer is probably no. He could be recalled for, into active duty, but, the reasons for recall is very limited. It has to be some kind of a national emergency generally. Now, if he would have committed a crime without any kind of statutes of limitation, like say murder or something like that while he was in active duty, and evidence pointed toward him, yes, they could recall him, court-martial him, do whatever on that. But for this, there's two things going on with this. Number one, he's a U.S. he's a U.S. senator, and if he's acting in the in the capacity of a U.S. senator, they are allowed certain limitations and certain immunities that they can get by with, where he wouldn't be able to do it if he was in active duty. So in the capacity of that, he was exercising free speech, I guess you could say, as stupid as it was. Long story short, nothing's going to happen to him. They're gonna look at it, and it's going to go in front of a JA somewhere, and they're going to look at it and say, hey, he wasn't wearing a uniform, he wasn't acting, in the capacity of his military rank or anything else. So as a U.S. senator, do you really want to ride that train, because it's going to go nowhere? And I think that's exactly what's going to happen.
Okay.
And the best thing to do is just tell him what kind of an idiot he is, and the rest of them, and how they could get military in trouble, because it wasn't just about the boats. It was also about the National Guard, refusing orders to go into cities and things like that. They'd said that they were all illegal orders and all this other garbage, which they weren't. The president does have that right to recall the National Guard and have them go into cities and things for what they deem as national emergency. So, nothing's going to happen. It's just going to be another one of the things. As far as that pig, Letitia James, and that doofus Comey, I read through that on the dismissal, and it was dismissed. The charges were dismissed, but they weren't vacated. And there's a couple things going on with that. They dismissed the charges on the fact that Halligan, that temporary or interim prosecuting attorney that was granted that position, they already had one in there that refused to.
He wouldn't bring
charges.
He wouldn't bring the charges. So Trump kicks him out and installs her, right, to do what he wanted her to do.
Right, and that exceeded. There's under the federal law, there is a limitation there of 120 days that they can have an interim without it going in front of Congress to get confirmation, and that's well past. That's well past the 120 days. So, the thing about it was dismissed without prejudice. So the charges that were filed, they could be active charges. I mean, they could look at them and say, okay, this is going back in front of another. We'll just pass it on to another court or to another prosecutor or whoever and refile those charges. It was, that's one reason why I think the judge, did vacate the charges without prejudice, and they so that they could be refiled. If she would have done it with prejudice, that means it's over and done. You can't refile those charges, and so that was kind of interesting, because I think they know they're towing the line there on that. But does the Attorney General have the authority to extend those? Under the federal law or under the federal statute, extend the amount of time that interim prosecutor can be in that position? I don't know. It just reading through it, there's certain instances where it can be, and then but I thought it was stupid of them, number one, to put Halligan in that position. She was an insurance attorney. She's never tried a case in her life, like this, and no fraud cases, nothing like this, and I don't know if you've seen pictures of that gal, but she's a damn knockout. I don't know where Trump finds these good-looking lawyers, and man, he can locate them. But I don't know. I thought just reading over everything and reading over, her stuff, I just didn't see why in the hell that she was put in there. She was a White House attorney, one of his attorneys, but primarily her specialty was in insurance fraud and stuff like that, not banking or anything else. So I don't know, but I think something's going to happen on that. I think they're really going to look at it good, and the charges will be refiled. That's a fact. They're going to be refiled. It's the statute of limitations. They were filed prior to that, so that kind of went away. Unless they got a certain amount of time that they got to refile, but Bondi will get it done. She'll find somebody to refile them. But we was talking about the trucking side there with all these damn non-domicile individuals. Ranger brought it up about did the ATA push this? No, the federal government pushed this. They're the ones that had to have a spot for all these damn illegals and all the immigrants and all the refugees and everybody else that we've taken in over the last 20 years. And it's slowly been building up to this, to the point where, this has been the go-to job for any kind of immigrant, number one, because it's unskilled labor. Whether people likes to admit it or not, this is unskilled labor. You can walk right out of the high school, without any kind of a degree or any damn thing else and get a job driving a truck. And then, when you get of age, over 23 or whatever it is, then you can go over the road, or over 21, you can go over the road, and get out of the intrastate into interstate. Well, this has been that go-to job here. They know it's a highly turnover type of employment. So the government kind of looked at this, and they listened to all that garbage about the driver shortage and this and that. And if you look at who these people are running for right now, it's not so much the big carriers. It is more of the the 130,000 brokers that were able to pay their bond and get their license and stuff, and then put trucks on under another get a trucking authority. So they've been able to do this, and I've been on this from the very beginning. Why not go after these damn brokers? Shut them down, hold them accountable. It's just one thing after another. How they have been basically just overlooked in this whole process. We can look at the ones that the chameleon brokers that just pop up, and don't pay, and then get their license pulled. Well, they put it in their kid's name. They're back. They got a $10,000 or whatever it is, $100,000. I don't know where what they're getting right now, but on the bond. But they're able to scrape up that money. They're scraping it up, number one, from countries that they come from. Because the more people that they got here in the United States in certain countries like Bosnia and places like that, the more tax dollars that they're sending back to those countries. And how much of the money that has been allotted for training has went to these individuals, for whatever reason, that our government gives out grants, Pell Grants, things like that for trucking or, specialized skills or whatever, but this is an unskilled labor job. So, it's easy for them to pay the $1,200-$1,300, get a grant for that to go to trucking school if they even go, or say they're going, or they, they pop up these damn trucking companies that are trucking schools that are basically just training, they're a mill for brokers. We're seeing more and more and more of that. And if they're going to wade through all this crap and actually look at what's causing the problems in this country, they need to change the way the brokerage system works. And, I know damn well, Steve, that, and you know it too, that they could probably get rid of 2/3 of the brokers in this country, just simply because they're not doing the job that they're supposed to be doing. There is no transparency, number one, with them, which, it's 49 CFR says there will be transparency. That's not happening with these people. and I just think it's ironic how these companies that are running load boards and running, freight that's putting it on the load boards and stuff like that, how so much of this freight is going on these trucks like we see that's getting shut down, the non-domiciles. It's going on that because people look at those load boards and they have an operating cost that they automatically go to the bottom with. And what I mean by that is there is no bidding it down. If they got a load that's popping up at $3.30 a mile, then you got somebody that says, hey, I can take that for $3 a mile, and still make money off of it. Well, you got this non-domicile bunch of idiots that are going, we can do it for $1.10. Nobody can compete with that. And, the brokers are getting all this amount of money. How much of that is going back to these drivers that are actually taking that load? Actually looking at it and saying, is the brokers behind this? I would say quite a bit of them are. I know somebody's going to call up and say, oh, no, brokers are bull. You don't have this many brokers in this freight system right now, legitimately. I mean, it's like it was the easiest thing in the world for them to be able to get their DOT numbers to book freight by, to be that broker, their brokerage license and things. And then, passing it on to logistics agencies or logistics companies, you got John Q. Public or John Q. whoever is opening up a brokerage, and they're passing it off to John P. whoever, who is related or part of that office that also has a trucking company right there. And when you look at the Ranger always called them the bottom feeders, these bottom feeder companies, these big conglomerate trucking companies, how much of the freight do they actually control? Some estimates are over 60% of the freight, and they're less than 5% of the trucks out here on the highway. But they control so much of that freight through their logistics offices and through their brokerages and things that they could close the damn doors up. And you see that a lot of these companies that close the doors up on the trucking companies because they're tired of putting butts in seats, they never shut the doors on the brokerage because it is so lucrative. So I think I think the government needs to get off their sorry ass and start looking at the brokerages and things and start pulling some license there. And if they're operating outside the United States, which is illegal, it's in 49 CFR, they're supposed to be domiciled in the United States to be able to broker freight in the United States. But you got Indian call centers and places like that sits and looks at load boards. They know they're doing that. And they just let them to continue to do it because they do it in the name of interstate commerce to keep interstate commerce moving. So what do they want? When you honestly think about it, what the hell do they want? Do they want non-English speaking drivers off the roads? Do they want, they think that's going to hurt the economy? The economy wouldn't be hurt if they had one set of damn rules that they followed and got rid of all these onerous regulations that causes these young guys out here. Hell, if they got a bad tire on a truck, we're going to fine you, $1,000 for that damn tire, shut you down. And they get rid of this piecework for pay crap that they've had forever.
And right there, we got to hit the news break. So we return after this.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Former FBI Director James Comey and New York Attorney General Letitia James are celebrating after federal cases brought against them have been dismissed. Comey called the prosecution based on malevolence and incompetence.
I know that Donald Trump will probably come after me again, and my attitude's going to be the same. I'm innocent, I am not afraid, and I believe in an independent federal judiciary.
Both face potential appeals from the Justice Department. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says he's confident the U.S. will not enter a recession in 2026.
Bessent made the reassurance during an appearance on NBC's Meet the Press.
I am very, very optimistic on 2026. We have set the table for a very strong, non-inflationary growth economy.
He did, however, acknowledge certain sectors such as housing have had pressure. Consumers have felt a bit better about the economy since the government shutdown ended. John Summers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For many families, joining Medi-Share means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. But what's more, Medi-Share members like it. We know this from member surveys. They like it a lot. It's a proven thing now. Medi-Share has been around for over 30 years. It's a Christian community of hundreds of thousands of people now. Here's the thing, too. If you join before November 30th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they will waive your application fee. So you save $100 right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call and you'll get a price within 2 minutes. Again, the deadline is November 30th, so call now. You'll save even more. Here's the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, back at it. See if Vic Saget in there. Vic, the seditious six, I'm sorry.
Yeah, they might be sadistic too. I don't know.
Correct.
Real quick, I thought they said that Marjorie Taylor Greene's congressional district covered part of Atlanta. I thought she was in Georgia 4. I didn't think it went that far east. I thought it just went up the Alabama border and the Tennessee border and down almost to Fort Benning or whatever they call it now. But anyway, and if it does cover Atlanta, I don't know if you've seen that email I sent you today or not, but Atlanta's had a long history of connections with different sexual groups or whatever you want to call them, and then they're talking all about Einstein. Anyway, Epstein. I had Einstein on my mind, but anyway, he died. The Hollywood madam, she died by suicide. The D.C. madam, I think she died by suicide. The Mayflower madam, I forgot what happened to her. But they all that run these high dollar call girl rings, they seem to all expire unnaturally. So, but anyway, back to the whole deal with this seditious six, as they're calling them now. See, what I have a hard time understanding is if they have that group if they have kept themselves up to date, and what do they feel is illegal? And let's see, who it was, it the Lone Ranger that mentioned the drug boats, and then Grump mentioned the National Guard and what they're doing. Well, all of that comes down, if you want to look it up, with the National Guard and also with the Navy. It's Title 10 and Title 32. When the National Guard is under Title 10, when they're under federal authority, they're under Title 10. When it's state authority, it's Title 32. And that Title 10 under federal authority gives the president a lot of authority to basically protect government, federal property and federal laws and other things. So as far as the deal with the National Guard protecting the ICE people and everything as they are enforcing the law, that's totally within Title 10 of the U.S. Code. And then there's also the deal with the boats. That gets over into some of the Coast Guard and the Navy. I don't know exactly how that works, but the Coast Guard has a lot of authority, and they're acting in the Department of Homeland Security. So I would say that they need to bring all those people back in and say, when was the last time that you were giving your instructions about lawful orders and how it all works? Because, as somebody is, the lower ranks and everything, they're given a rudimentary understanding. But somebody that's almost flag rank or above, well, you get above flag rank, but they should know all this different stuff forwards and backwards. So whether they want to court-martial those guys or not, I would say at the very least is that you need to come in and explain yourself, because the guy that's also a senator, he was kind of foolish to make a video and put that out there, because he could have said the same thing on the Senate floor and they wouldn't have been able to touch it. Because anything that a congressman or a senator says, they're in chambers, they're home free. They can't be prosecuted for it. No matter how ridiculous it is, they might be censured or something of that nature. So it seems to me like somebody is trying to put confusion in the lower ranked heads, and I don't know exactly what their purpose is for that. Maybe they know, and if it was a coordinated effort, they could be in trouble just as civilians for actually conspiring. I mean,
right,
to try to, so you can just forget all about the UCMJ and all that other stuff, and I think they need to be called in and said that, explain yourself. We're not just going to let this slide. And I mean, that's the way I would approach it, but that's the only thing I'm saying. But if you want to go to all the trouble of looking up Title 10 and Title 32 on the National Guard thing, that pretty well explains it. And they expanded that Title 10 whenever they started the war on terror. That does give the federal government authority to go after terrorists. And if those terrorists are trying to sell drugs to fund their activity, that's again totally under the president's authority. And I probably have this backwards, but either the Navy can bring in the Coast Guard or the Coast Guard can bring in the Navy. You'll have to let one of the old salts there talk about that. But, yes, it's like in wartime, I think the Coast Guard is actually pulled in under the Navy, but I just didn't really follow that all that much. And real quick on this Ukraine deal, I don't know why they're talking about that, because Ukraine actually, Trump says he wants an agreement by Thanksgiving, by Thursday or whatever it is. Well, you have to understand the whole deal with Ukraine. It was a part of the Soviet Union. The Soviets put their people in there, especially there in the eastern part, and they, after the Soviet Union broke apart, essentially there were some of the Soviets that had been there in Ukraine on behalf of the Soviets, so they really didn't want to leave the Soviet Union, and a civil war ensued, and that's where it was all started. And we made some promises, and they didn't go about. And somebody started talking about that they were going to close down the Black Sea Fleet of the Soviets, and they wouldn't shut up talking about that. And they wouldn't shut up talking about, well, we're going to bring in NATO, and we're going to bring in European Union. And it's like, if you people just shut up and go away, probably something won't happen. But Putin, he was paranoid about that anyway, so he started ahead with that invasion, and Ukraine was a very critical part of that. And just a real quick thing here, Philip was talking about Ukraine and everything. They had some of the best aircraft engineers there were, and they built the largest cargo plane in the world. It's an Antonov 225. And that thing can actually get airborne with 1,000 tons. And I don't know if you've ever seen that, but it's a monster plane. Mm-hmm. So, they're highly accomplished people, but they're going through their own people like crazy. Ukraine's been known well for corruption. Putin's thinking he might have to go back to draft, but if he does that, there are going to be a lot of Russian people that are going to leave, like they did the last time they instituted a draft. So that war is going to come to an end one way or another shortly, and whether they'll get everything put back together over there, who knows? But I'll just throw that out real quick.
Very good. All right, Marjorie Taylor Greene, she's Northwest Georgia. If I were still residing in Georgia with the princess, she would have been our representative there. Pretty much, from just south of the Tennessee line. Yeah, you got Dade County, Walker County, Catoosa County, so on down to Dalton, then down to Rome, Georgia, Polk County, right there along the Alabama border, and Paulding County, which I mean, there may be just a little sliver of the Atlanta suburbs in the mix there, but that district is considered solid Republican. I think MTG won that with 64%. Donald Trump won that district with 68% of the vote. So solid Republican territory. Last I see is, what was it? I think the governor's going to have to call a special election. Some Republican official told Atlanta News First this past day a special election is likely to occur sometime in March, with Governor Kemp ultimately having to set the date for the special election there. But Republicans shouldn't lose that particular seat in that district with the special election. But strange things have happened in Georgia in recent years, haven't they? Well, speaking of Philip's on board. Off to work we go. Probably another busy day at the Mouse House.
You got it, buddy. It was busy yesterday. I had a lot of people going to the Kingdom. It was pretty busy out there. Yeah, Vic's talking about that Antonov, man. That was an amazing airplane. Too bad the Russians destroyed it. Actually, they got a second one they're building right now. They had one that they had canned, and it was in a warehouse, and they're putting it together. They're trying to put it together with parts from that one that got destroyed, and trying to find some of the parts for the airplane are pretty hard now, Steve, because they don't make a lot of those anymore for that, and especially the engines. The engines are the big thing with that plane, but that was a great airplane. Vic's right. It can lift a bunch of weight. It's the biggest boy in the world. Originally, it was set up to haul their space shuttle and transport it from the facility where it was built to where they would put it together with the booster that would take it up. And they never thought that airplane would do what it did, but it did a lot of stuff. And the Antonov family is very known in Russia for engineering and flying. And matter of fact, one of Mr. Antonov's relatives was the main pilot for that airplane for many years, and took pride in that airplane and came back to that airplane. And you can follow him on YouTube and just put Antonov. And it's a shame about that plane, but my question is, Steve, does anybody ever really looked at Mark Kelly's background and what he did in his career? I mean, other than being in the Navy and stuff, he was a highly decorated astronaut. Did you know that, Steve?
Yeah, I realize. Yeah, he was, absolutely an astronaut. And
I mean, he had more time in space than Sonny and Butch did some instances and doing different things. And a lot of people don't know it, but he's a twin. And NASA actually used his twin to analyze different things that they did in space, like bone buildup and how the difference between being gravity versus non-gravity. They did a lot of experiments with Mark Kelly. I was really surprised, though, with this deal with him coming out like that. I was really shocked at it, to be quite honest. I didn't think Mark Kelly was that political, to be quite honest, until I saw when he ran and for office. I mean, I knew he was, the astronaut. That's what I knew of him. Mm-hmm. And I really was surprised. I was really surprised when I heard some of the statements that he'd made. But, when you're pulled in the military to come in and serve, and and you sign on the dotted line and you're going to be in there and whatnot, you have to obey the commander in chief. I'm not taking President Trump's side on this, but I will say this much. When a lot of people today don't respect the office. And that's one thing you've got to do when you're in the military. You got to respect the office. No matter if you don't like what their political views are, you still have to respect the office. And that's what I'm seeing a lot of not happening in America. What do you think, Steve?
Happens every time there's a change of the guard. We know this country is pretty much split right down the middle, Philip. So when the Democrats are in charge, it is. You have Republicans who say, well, that ain't my president. Joe Biden's not my president. Right now, it's the left is saying, Trump's not my president.
Yeah, a lot of people out there just don't respect public office. There's some things that my governor down here did that I'm not very happy of that has happened over the years. Matter of fact, there's some things that some of the congressional guys that are down here that did that I'm not happy about. But you know what? I still respect the office. I still have to respect their decisions and what they make for the state of Florida. It's the same way with the president. I still have to respect the decisions that he makes for the United States. Recently, Cheney passed away, right? And I said it on here, and I'll say it. I have respect for Dick Cheney for what he did during 9/11. Was the man didn't make some of the right decisions as far as the office goes? Absolutely. I mean, they all make their mistakes, But it's just the thing about it is, we have to respect the office. No matter if we like the president or not, or no matter if we don't like our senator or not, or whatever, you still have to respect the office. You know, and the people have spoken when they got voted in, you know. And that's one thing that we don't see as much in America anymore, you know. And it's just one of those things. But I'll tell you what, though, Steve, getting back to that airplane, if we could have got the technology or went out on and had the industrial fortitude that the Russians did to develop that airplane, you know, we'd have something crazy. I mean, our biggest airplane that I've seen is the C-5A, you know, and the C-117 has done a lot of stuff, but nothing has ever topped that Antonov. And the smaller Antonov planes were saved, and they're still flying today. So that's all I got today, buddy. I'll catch you later, and y'all have a good holiday if I don't talk to you.
All right. So hello to the Rain Man. I got you. I shared that in hour number 1. I don't know if Vic was with us at that point in time. Yeah, when you go to the seditious 6. This wasn't just apparently a handful of House and senators speaking out. As one of those senators involved, in an interview yesterday, pretty much accidentally let the truth slip out that this was an organized thing. As Glenn Beck calls it, an organized crime. Because in the interview, he said he received the script, as he put it. He received the script, but it was too late. So he was actually supposed to be a part of the 6, or it would have been 7, but he got the script too late to join in. But he wholeheartedly agrees with what they did. So now the investigation is, wait a minute. Who wrote the script? Who organized putting this video together? How many people were actually involved in this to promote the narrative, convincing some in the military to defy a president's orders? There's apparently, it's deeper than we may have thought. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
We're just a few minutes away from top of the hour news break. So coming up next hour, Grump was mentioning earlier, some of these brokers that need to be shut down. There's the term chameleon carriers. They'll be shut down by the FMCSA, and in a matter of weeks, they'll crop up with a new name and a new DOT number, but they're running the same trucks, the same people involved. It's a chameleon carrier. We'll give the details from, I believe FreightWaves broke this down this past day. It might have been our friends at OOID, I can't recall. But this is a draft memo from inside the Department of Transportation that signals one of the strongest federal moves yet to identify and shut down those chameleon carriers, companies that repeatedly shut down, reopen under a new name, and dodge enforcement. For years, these operators have quietly slipped through the cracks, hurting the small, legitimate carriers, putting those unsafe trucks back on the road over and over again. What was actually in that leaked document, the draft memo? Again, we'll give details coming up next hour. Meanwhile, Brain Dead, I don't know, I guess this is his home time right now. He sent me a copy this past day of the story of the Superman comic, the very first, a copy of the first ever issue of a Superman comic that was discovered in an attic last year. Apparently went to auction. It has become the most expensive comic book ever sold. Who would give this kind of money? I don't know. I guess it's just like anything that is collectible. A baseball card, a football card, a baseball hat. $9.12 million someone gave for a copy of the Superman #1. The 1939 comic apparently had been kept in a cardboard box protected by a pile of old newspapers in somebody's attic in California. So this is a comic that originally sold for 10 cents, well preserved, and was deemed the highest ever graded copy of probably what aren't many original Superman first #1 comics in existence. Wow.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump has signed an executive order directing the administration to consider labeling several Muslim Brotherhood chapters as foreign terrorist organizations. The White House says the Brotherhood fuels extremism and undermines U.S. interests. Hamas is calling for U.S. intervention after Israeli warplanes attacked a series of targets in Gaza and Lebanon.
Israeli military officials said Saturday airstrikes in Gaza were in response to what it called a blatant violation of the ceasefire agreement. Authorities in Gaza say 24 Palestinians were killed and dozens more were wounded. Israel also announced strikes Saturday on several Hezbollah launchers in central and southern Lebanon. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
The Department of War says it's opened a thorough review into allegations of misconduct by Arizona Senator Mark Kelly.
The agency said it received serious allegations of misconduct against the retired Navy captain. It's unclear what those claims are, but it comes after Kelly and other Democratic lawmakers were featured in a viral video urging service members to refuse unlawful orders. The department said Kelly could be recalled to active duty for court-martial proceedings or administrative measures. President Trump has called for the lawmakers involved in the video to be punished. Kelly said in a post on X that, quote, "If this is meant to intimidate me and other members of Congress from doing our jobs and holding this administration accountable, it won't work." I'm Chris Coraggio.
A polar vortex is bringing cooler temperature to the central and northern U.S. this Thanksgiving. That includes the Pacific Northwest, Great Plains, parts of Texas, and the interior Mid-Atlantic. Millions of Americans are expected to be on the move, with AAA projecting nearly 82 million travelers. Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell today, the Dow gained 203 points, the S&P 500 rose 102 points, and the tech-heavy NASDAQ climbed 599 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
Former Oklahoma State Representative Mike Reynolds is pushing a ballot initiative in Oklahoma to gradually eliminate property taxes on owner-occupied homes.
I've been involved with county treasurers that sell homes for lack of payment of taxes and things of that nature. And so it just seemed like a good time it seemed like the perfect time to move ahead on trying to allow people to own their house.
State Question 841 will not affect existing school, city, or county bond taxes before the end of 2026. Supporters now need over 92,000 signatures to get it on the November 2026 ballot. Georgia Governor Brian Kemp sets a special election date soon for a congressional district representing parts of metro Atlanta.
He's tasked with deciding the timing for a race to fill Marjorie Taylor Greene's seat. The Republican surprised many when she announced Friday she's resigning from her seat January 5th. Greene says her recent feud with President Trump, largely over the Epstein files and the threats to her family's safety, were both driving decisions. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Travelers, get ready. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy predicts the busiest Thanksgiving ever. 73 million are going to be on the roads, 31 million in the sky, 1.2 million on trains.
We're going to have a busy road, rail, and air as we come into this Thanksgiving season.
He says that peak driving times are Tuesday, Wednesday, and Sunday afternoons. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Our look back at the 2025 Grand National Champions continues with the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter from the NTPA headquarters in Marion, Ohio. One of the most popular classes is without a doubt the GMS Manufacturing and Machine Light Modifieds. A shorter season of only 10 hooks didn't stop Wayne Sullivan and his 3-engine Kentuckian from taking the title by 10 points. With an average finish of second for the season, Wayne used his many years behind the wheel to never finish worse than 6th en route to the title. The first 2 poles of the year for the GMS Manufacturing and Machine Light Modifieds, like many others on the Grand National Tour, were in Tomah, where he opened the season with a second-place finish. And then on night 2, he improved, which meant a win, putting him in first in the points as they loaded up to leave the opening weekend of the season. With a third in Dorr, Michigan, the Kentuckian stayed in first. Then came the only setback of the 2025 season, with a 6th in Fort Recovery. That moved Wayne and the Kentuckian into second in the points. After a quick trip home, the Kentuckian was ready to reclaim the top of the points with a 4th in Rockwell on night 1 and a win during night 2. That put Wayne back on top of the points battle, and that is where he stayed the rest of the year. After Rockwell, it was off to Bowling Green for one of the biggest weekends of pulling of the season. Wayne definitely put on a show. Night 1, he finished third with a hook of 344, and then on night 2, he had a full pull and then came back and won the pull-off. The last 3 hooks of the season were coming up and coming up quick. With 2 in Canton, Ohio, Wayne did exactly what he needed to do: be consistent. With a 4th on night 1 and a 3rd on night 2, Wayne and his light modified were perfectly positioned to wrap up the season at the Enderley Pull-Off in September. With a very consistent 3rd-place finish, that kept Wayne on top of the points and leading to another championship for the Wiley veteran. The rest of the top 10 were Brent and Johnny Payne with Limitless in 2nd. RJ Simon was 3rd with Simon Says. 4th went to the combo of Chase and David Richardson with the appropriately named Tag Team. In 5th, Les Corporal and Corporal Punishment. Dipping out just outside of the top 5 in 6th was Todd Feist and his Snow Farmer. In 7th was Terry Feist with the Feisty Farmer. Holding 8th, Chase Smith and Outclassed. In 9th was Bill Voris and American Thunder. And finishing in the 10th spot, Craig Sage and the Ohio Express Jr. With only 5 tractors making it through all 10 poles on the 2025 season, Wayne's early success definitely put him in a prime position to pick up another championship. And that's exactly what this veteran puller did. Will he get another in 2026? Only time will tell. Keep up with everything NTPA by stopping over at ntpapoll.com, and you can find the perfect gift for the polling fan in your family by going to shopntpa.com. Shirts, hoodies, other collectibles, they can all be at your house in time for the holidays. For the NTPA Overnight Report, I'm Greg Hunter. Remember, pull hard.
Thank you much, Greg. We got us a Tuesday. Turn the page on the calendar. We cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Hey, day number 25 in November. Transportation Secretary says, as we've been hearing, nearly 80 million people going to be traveling this week to spend time with loved ones for the holiday. Stating, thanks to the president's Drill Baby Drill agenda, the national average price for a gallon of gas this Thanksgiving is projected to be the cheapest price we've seen since the pandemic in 2021. Notably, gas prices reached an all-time record high, averaging $5 and a penny back in June of 2022. As of this past day, the national average sits at $3.06 per gallon. So there you go. In another post, Duffy pointed out that the 82 million that are going to be traveling for Thanksgiving, car, plane, train, bus, stating tomorrow will be the busiest day with 52,000 flights. Make sure you get to the airport early. Please thank your flight crews. And don't forget to dress with respect, as he put it. The golden age of travel starts with all of us. Indeed, AAA predicts 82 million traveling across the Thanksgiving travel period. All right, up about 1.6 million from last year. Take you on down to San Antonio, Texas. Hey, what's going on, Bert? Good morning.
Good evening, Stephen. Well, good morning also, correctly. How are you?
Doing fine. How about it?
Well, I got one thing. I got a couple of comments on lawful order things, but I want to read something right quick here. It's from Benjamin Franklin. Those who give up liberty in expectation of safety deserve neither liberty or safety. And I just read that. And then I still also have, when I went my first time deployed, I still have, if anybody out there went through Maine, then you know what I'm talking about, the Freeport flag ladies. They gave me a pen. But as for the thing with Kelly and how they're calling her now MTG, it's like, look, there's a thing called Article 92. And it says, you shall not obey an unlawful order, period. It manifests that legally. If someone tells you, and that's why I wanted to bring up also, and you have the Vietnam veterans out there, they know about the My Lai massacre.
Right.
And I'm sure you do.
Yes.
Yes. You know, and I just think those guys were filled with testosterone, and they've seen what happened to their brothers in arms, and they were just like they just like didn't care. And I was taught very well and trained very well. It's like, do not carry out an unlawful order. So I don't think, if he says illegal, you know, he might have to adjust his comments accordingly and quote Article 92 of the Constitution. And, you know, it is true. It's very true. It's like, you tell me to go shoot up a bunch of village of women and children.
The question being asked, Bert, though, is for all those 6 senators, and apparently there were supposed to be others involved, not a one of them can tell you any sort of order that Donald Trump has, any directive he's given that would be an unlawful order.
That's true so far. But that's what I said. I think they are, and that's where that sedition thing comes in. Because if you're telling troops automatically just to disobey the president, well, you got a problem.
Right.
You know, it's just like, listen to your commander. I always had friends that were, how we can say, when I was in the military, they had my 6. And I always like to have a brother carrying my 6. But we always had you have to ask your commander, because I was enlisted, And you go, sir, is this really correct? It's as simple as that.
Mm-hmm.
If he's just following orders, then he's just following orders. And that's where I have a little complication with it.
Right.
You know?
Well, that's
but
always been
anyway,
the
so
case.
how are you all? Go ahead.
I guess
I'm sorry to cut you off.
Yeah, I guess the big scoop though is this was an organized effort, an orchestrated, premeditated effort to get numerous members of the House and Senate to all pretty much say the same thing at the same time when he hasn't given any illegal directives. Yeah, that's what they and of course now those individuals, as the president said yesterday or the day before, why are they parading around on the left mainstream media, trying to dance around what they said and saying pretty much what you just said. We know, what exists in the uniform code there, and we know what sedition is. They're saying, well, just in case, we're getting ahead of the president, they said. If the president issues an unlawful order, that's not what their 1-minute video said. They're trying to dance around, change their tune. But all right, good to hear from you there, Bert in San Antone. All right, we'll get back to your calls right after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
All right, back with I believe, the anonymous hippopotamus.
Yeah, thanks for taking me back there, Your Honor. So what are we doing with this Hey Mike thing? Are we doing it like today for you, or tomorrow for me, or just every day for everybody, or whenever they need it, or what?
Well, I don't know. It's hump day for me. Work one, midweek.
All right, well.
Hey, Mike.
All right, well, hey, Mike to you then. And so,
there
anyway,
you go.
happy hump day.
Thank you very much.
So speaking of happy hump day, did you happen to see on your page there that I found a Christmas sweater? Are you going to get that Christmas sweater for the princess?
Yeah, I'll show that to her and see if she's interested. I doubt that's going to happen.
Hey, you don't think she wants something hanging out, huh?
Yeah, no, sir.
Anyway, I don't know. the knucklebuster might like that, but, having one headlight out and one headlight covered up, I don't know if I think he likes to see both high beams, doesn't he?
Right.
I'm just saying. I don't think he likes to see one at a time. Gets confused what side of the road you're on. Anyway. Where can we go from there? I guess, so the, what is her name that is the one there, the White House, press secretary there that always does the excellent job.
Caroline Levitt.
That's the one. So she was on there saying that this whole deal with Comey and James there, and the Attorney General that wasn't confirmed is going to go for appeal.
Mm-hmm.
So I would assume that's going to the Supreme Court for appeal, or it'll end up there. Now, with the case going to appeal, if it's ruled that it was supposed to continue on the way it was, and even if they have to appoint another prosecutor, would that take care of that date? What is it? It's not the expiration date, but you know what I mean, the date.
Statute of limitations, right?
Yeah, that's it. The statute of limitations. Would that revert that back to the whole point that the time that the whole case was originally, brought in front of the grand jury? So that date would actually still be correct, because we're going to go through the whole appeal process. So I think, me as a truck driver and not a lawyer with a Yale law degree, that I would say that would make that revert back to if the case stands, then it should revert back to when it was put in. So the statute of limitations shouldn't have an issue with it. So, but hopefully that all goes through. But it's amazing how this administration has to fight for everything it does.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, it's the other side now saying, well, it's just lawfare against us. But what was it for the last 4 years that Donald Trump was not in office? What was it against him? And how many political people have gone out of office that, you go through the primary deal and all that, and everybody's like, oh yeah, we're going to go after them and prosecute them and throw them in jail and bury them under the jail. And well, when the election process gets done there on the first Tuesday in November, no matter what day of the month it is, all that seems to get forgotten, because Hillary seems to still be a free civilian out there on the street.
Right.
And Barack Obama's still a free civilian out on the streets, and all these other people still seem to be free civilians out on the streets. How come Donald Trump was prosecuted for 4 years and chased after for 4 years? Yeah, and then this whole other deal that you said last night there about, everything going to the courts, everything he tries to implement has to go through the courts. But the other thing that you said a while back there was that these confirmations that are supposed to be done by the Senate, most times the confirmations, when there's a whole list of 100, 200, 300, they just go in and they read down through the names and they kind of give a little synopsis of which one is, everyone and what their whole deal is. And then they kind of just raise their wand and they confirm the whole group at one time. But since the beginning of the year, these confirmation hearings in the Senate, there's one side that's had to have full testimony from everybody that needs to be confirmed, and is lucky to get through one or two a day. And so isn't that a little bit of a derelict of duty on the Senate part? I mean, shouldn't there be some way to go after the Senate for not, doing the people's job of confirming the people that are coming before them to be able to do the jobs of government that our government has to run, on these appointed, and only a limited time allowed, appointment, and so you shouldn't have to worry about this expiration date of your appointed attorney general, because the Senate can't be bothered to get around to confirm them. So I don't know. Maybe the Senate should be brought up, for derelict duty or something of that nature. And I don't know. So I'm just talking too big for a truck driver here. But anyways, as Grupp was kind of saying, and you were talking about these chameleon companies and that, I believe that if you apply for a DOT number, completely switching the subject here, so if you apply for a DOT number with your new company name, I think they pretty much just email you a DOT number and say, here you are, you're in business, and make sure you have an office. And sometime within the next year, we're going to come and look at your office and make sure you're compliant. Kind of like these electronic logs that, are supposed to be self-certified to work. And go ahead and, get everything started and have it out there on the market, but we're going to check you out in a little while, and then if it doesn't work, we're going to shut you down. So how many of these companies have gone and gotten 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 extra DOT numbers, and as one gets shut down, as you said, as a chameleon company, they just move everything to the next number that hasn't been checked out yet.
Yep.
And then when that one gets checked out and shut down, well, then we just move the shell game over to this next number that we have. So we got 4 or 5 numbers in our back pocket waiting to be used, and as we need them, we just keep pulling them out and maybe changing our post office box or whatever it is on the your heading on your stationery, and then you just keep going on, and instead of ABC trucking, you're ABCD trucking, and I don't know.
That's
what they're too easy. I think
what they're looking to shut down. Yep, and it's been a long time coming. They should have a long time ago done that.
And I think before the company is allowed to be in business, I think they ought to go and certify them to be in business. Kind of like what they need to do to have these electronic logs. Is you don't put them out on the market until they're actually looked at by the government. They're not self-certified, and these companies need to be, before they get to use their operating authority number, actually have to be confirmed by the government that they are who they are, and not have all these extra ones just out there floating around to do whatever. But I don't know. Again, I'm just a truck driver out here that, I don't know. Maybe I don't know anything at this point, but we'll have to see where it comes out there, Your Honor. But other than that, hopefully you can get that sweater for the princess there. I'm, just saying, Your Honor. But
maybe
anyways,
30, 40 years ago, maybe. I don't know. I doubt it. All right, 844-844-3388. Coming up, we'll get Buckwheats on board. Pappy, and on down the line we go, rolling into a Tuesday. And we've got to get to, as we say, the rest of the story as far as shutting down these chameleon carriers. Yeah, we've talked about them for years and years, but sounds like the new administration is really looking to do something about it finally. Meanwhile, operate under your own authority. Choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Former FBI Director James Comey and New York Attorney General Letitia James are celebrating after federal cases brought against them have been dismissed. Comey called the prosecution based on malevolence and incompetence.
I know that Donald Trump will probably come after me again, and my attitude's going to be the same. I'm innocent, I am not afraid, and I believe in an independent federal judiciary.
Both face potential appeals from the Justice Department. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says he's confident the U.S. will not enter a recession in 2026.
Bessent made the reassurance during an appearance on NBC's Meet the Press.
I am very, very optimistic on 2026. We have set the table for a very strong, non-inflationary growth economy.
He did, however, acknowledge certain sectors such as housing have had pressure. Consumers have felt a bit better about the economy since the government shutdown ended. John Summers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join Medi-Share and save even more than usual. For many families, joining Medi-Share means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. But what's more, Medi-Share members like it. We know this from member surveys. They like it a lot. It's a proven thing now. Medi-Share has been around for over 30 years. It's a Christian community of hundreds of thousands of people now. Here's the thing, too. If you join before November 30th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they will waive your application fee. So you save $100 right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call and you'll get a price within 2 minutes. Again, the deadline is November 30th, so call now. You'll save even more. Here's the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Let me share a couple from the email bag here. Just got an email from Miss Dawn here a bit ago, who says, President Trump has every right to use the National Guard and active military to enforce his immigration policy. The Democrats trying to prevent the president from pursuing his federal immigration policy. The Democrats should be quiet, including the 6 congresspersons who told military personnel to refuse unlawful orders. They care more about foreigners than they care about the American citizens. Illegals, foreigners here on flimsy asylum claims. That's why they lost the 24 election. She says, I am a lifelong Democrat. I'd say right-leaning Democrat, but I almost voted for President Trump. I did vote for other Republicans. I was so disgusted with the Democrats opening the border, allowing this country to be overrun, overwhelmed with unvetted foreigners. Many dangerous foreigners were allowed into this country. So yes, the president has every right to use the National Guard to enforce federal laws. Eisenhower used active military to enforce desegregation laws. Also federalized the state of Arkansas National Guard to prevent the Arkansas governor from using them to oppose desegregation. Now, regarding these 6 congresspersons and the unlawful orders, no, they didn't break the law by saying that, because the Uniform Code of Military Justice says exactly that. However, as I said, they should be quiet, because the president is using the military very effectively for the benefit of American citizens. Personally, I think the killing of drug smugglers is okay, because they are killing Americans with their illegal drugs. And the attacks on drug smugglers are not happening on U.S. soil. I don't believe they're entitled to due process and other constitutional protections. International law and maritime law may apply, but hey, countries, navies kill pirates and drug smugglers. Drug smugglers are as bad as pirates, in her opinion. All right. Happy Thanksgiving, Mr. Summers. Thank you. Going back to one of the 6 involved, as I said, they were all making the rounds via media. The Michigan Democrat Senator Elisa Slotkin was on ABC's This Week Sunday, trying to justify Martha Raddatz pressing her on whether she believed President Trump had actually issued any illegal orders. To which Slotkin said, well, she released the video because young officers and JAG attorneys had been reaching out with concerns and confusion about recent directives, especially related to military activity in the Caribbean and enforcement actions connected to Venezuela. When asked again directly, has the president issued illegal orders, she says, well, to my knowledge, I'm not aware of things that are illegal, but certainly there are some legal gymnastics going on with these Caribbean strikes and everything related to Venezuela. That after, of course, the U.S. has carried out multiple strikes on vessels, drug smugglers, including the sinking of a boat linked to the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua. They have been designated as a foreign terrorist organization, the Tren de Aragua is. Now, there was a Senate resolution challenging the legality of the strikes under the War Powers Act that failed last month. Obviously, it was a split vote, 51-49, like everything seemingly in this country, split down the middle. And, all right, thanks for hanging in there, Buckwheat. How are you?
Good. Oh, I'm doing fine. I'm on my way to New York City again, They keep eating up in New York City, so we got to keep feeding them. But, I don't know if anybody else has this problem, but I I get about 15 to 20 telemarketer calls a day. And a lot of times caller ID puts out a number, and it's like, okay, yeah, that's a telemarketer. And I stopped answering the calls, and a lot of times they're trying to sell Medicaid or do house repairs or odd stuff like that. And, and I used to play with them and try to get to the person and just to try to waste their time. One of the funniest ones I did one time, they called me. They were trying to sell hearing aids, and you can tell it's a computer, and so I acted like I couldn't hear them. And this went on for about 2-3 minutes, and all of a sudden the computer started talking over itself and couldn't. It was sentences were on top of each other, and then it hung up. And I thought that was funny that I crashed their computer system. But anyhow, if there would be a senator or representative or something that would outlaw telemarketers, they probably would have my vote. I think there's something that should be done, but a lot of this stuff is probably done from overseas, so we don't have much say on what happens. But yeah, so anyhow, I'm talking about Eagle there, always worrying about his expensive turkey there for Thanksgiving. I think I lucked out. We had a local store here that said if you spend $150 at one time, they'll give you a free turkey. So I got my free turkey from them, and then the company I work for, it'd be available to any other driver out there if they would come work for the company I am and run New York City with me. They gave me a free fresh turkey. So I have 2 turkeys in my freezer that I'm going to be smoking them come Thursday, and we'll have some smoked turkey for our family. But yeah, so anyhow, and I also, Knuckle Buster there is always full of bologna there, and I always thought bologna was some cheap food, and I like bologna, and I told Cream of Wheat there that, hey, go buy a whole roll. And she come back and says, that there was $50 for that whole roll of bologna.
Wow.
It was $7.50 a pound. It was like, wow, geez, I'm going to have to rethink the cost of bologna here. I mean, it's a high-end meat. But this weekend I was looking to smoke some duck. My sister gave me some duck to smoke, and in the freezer I found some 2 packs of venison bologna that I got venison meat made into bologna the last time I got a deer. So I'm eating that venison bologna now, so I guess I'm full of bologna now too. Bologna. But about my health here, I went and talked to the oncologist, and he thinks I don't need to go through chemo. He thinks if the cancer is just located in the lymph node there, I'd be a candidate to get it cut out. But it's a specialized surgery. I have to, on December 4th, I'll be going to Philadelphia to have a consult with the surgeon. And, from the University of Penn. So then they want to do a brain scan to make sure I don't have if they've scanned every other part of my body, they want to make sure I don't got cancer on the brain.
Right. That
it didn't travel up there. He said that if you're driving, we would hate to have you have a seizure while you're driving because you have cancer in the brains. And I would surely hate to have that happen too. But, so anyhow, we'll see what that happens, and hopefully we can get this cut out and carry on with our life. It might need a couple weeks off of work, to heal up from surgery, but I think that might be a little bit better than going through two years of chemotherapy like the one doctor was saying. So, and over the winter time, being off of driving, you don't have to worry about that 4-letter word, that people talk about, and that swear word there for truck drivers. But, yeah, so anyhow, other than that, we're doing pretty good. I guess they're going to have to blow the leaves again. I keep getting my yard perfectly clean, and then a day or two later, God sort of like fills it back up again. And I don't know why I have so many leaves. I don't even have a single tree in my property, but the neighbors all keep giving me their leaves. So, yeah, I guess we'll just have to keep getting rid of them. But anyhow, that's all I have this morning, and we'll speak at you later.
Thank you for checking in there, Buckwheat. Yes, it's frustrating as you know what. I got out there, Sunday, mulched all those leaves. Of course, in the side yard, most of the leaves are off the tree. We got the big, artificial pear tree. The ground was covered, mulch them all up. 24 hours later, looks like you hadn't even touched the yard yet. All I know is maybe I'll just let them sit there because we're supposed to get some 30, 40-mile-an-hour winds here next day or two. Maybe they'll all just blow into the neighbor's yard. What do you think? Sounds like a plan to me.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And normally we call it a Taco Tuesday. Maybe it's the totally terrific Tuesday. I don't know. What's going on, Pappy?
What's happening, Steve? Listen, man, I'm going to lay this out for you. I want you to listen to this, man. Listen closely. Because this is it's a real deal. I know what you're going to say. It's Happy going off the deep end again. Steve, these high-ranking, very high-ranking admirals, generals in our military are mostly woke. I know a lot of people in the military. You could probably talk to Little Junior about this. I know some high-ranking people, captains, I should say mid-ranking officers, not high-ranking. Annapolis and West Point has also been infiltrated by the wokeness. Steve, the Pentagon is infiltrated by these left-minded individuals. Thousands of people in the Pentagon. Pentagon's a money-making machine, Steve. Why do you think Pete Hegseth came out with that speech a month or two ago?
Right. It's supposed to be cleaning house of all that stuff. The DEI, the woke.
We're getting back to fighting and training for war. Hegseth is trying to purge the military from this wokeness. Was it the defense sec for Biden? Was a cross-dresser, an admiral?
Yes.
Right? Listen to me, Steve. This is no accident what these 6 Dems came out. You said it yourself. What did the one guy say? This was a script. Right? What's the script intended to do? They come out and they say unlawful orders. What's an unlawful order, Steve? I can tell you in my realm of the world, what I do for a living, if one of my bosses calls me and says, hey, man, hey, Pappy, need you to slide by Kroger's and get a loaf of bread, take it home to my wife. You do that for me. Hey, will you pick up some laundry for me? Get it home or something. Sure. No problem, boss. Say I'm arrested someone that committed a crime against another fellow officer. Doesn't matter what the crime is, I'm just saying.
Mm-hmm.
And on my way to jail, a higher-ranking officer than myself calls me up and says, hey, on your way to jail, you need to stop and trim this dude up. I would consider that an unlawful order that I'm not going to carry out.
Mm-hmm.
Follow me here. In a war scenario where the woke have changed the rules of engagement, especially in Iraq and Afghanistan.
Yes.
For non-hostiles and so forth. Steve, if you're in a military situation and you're going to go in and take this house, and you go in and kill a bunch of dudes, and there's a civilian wife there that's getting ready to pick up a gun, and you wax her too, but she's getting ready to shoot you. And then the commander says, you know what? We're going to be like Hamas. What we're going to do is teach these people a lesson. We're going to go in here and rape the rest of these women. You follow me?
Right.
Now think of this, Steve. World War II, we bombed the hell out of Germany and we firebombed the hell out of Japan. And what did we bomb? Factories. And who runs the factories? Civilians. So are these pilots and bombardiers that were given orders to go bomb this town in Germany, Frankfurt, let's just say. And the pilot and the bombardier said, that's an unlawful order. We're bombing a civilian population here, General. Was the pilot of the Enola Gay that dropped the atomic bomb on Japan, Hiroshima to be exact? Could he have said, that's an unlawful order you're giving me there, President Truman?
We're going to be caught.
To drop an atomic bomb on it?
Killing men, women, children, babies. Yeah.
Steve, this is a targeted planting the seed to the woke military to set the stage for a military coup. They already tried a civilian coup. The Department of Justice, the FBI, the CIA, and even the judicial system has attempted a coup on Trump. Steve, that's just a fact. What did you say last night? Over the last 70 years, and how many presidents? There's been a total of 70 federal judges that set out to undo something a president's
injunctions.
Try to find the correct word. Yes, 70. And over 90 just with Trump in 5 years. Come on, man, wake up, people. Steve, I'm telling you, whoever wrote this script and these numbnuts that are following the script, I'm telling you, they're planting the seed. We need to get to the woke that's still inside and a lot of high-ranking people. Steve, all this stuff that we've seen in the military over the last, it started probably decades ago when Obama got in. Some of the things that we've seen in the military, you can talk to Junior, man, he'll tell you. We got a Secretary of Defense that's a cross-dresser in the Pentagon. Steve, you remember the commercials? We talked about this a couple years ago. There was a recruiting commercial out for the Navy, and it was literally a woke joke. It was a cartoon about a female debating whether to go into the Navy or not. And she didn't know if her partner and all this stuff, right?
Right. Hey, wait. Let's pause there. We got to get our news break. We'll be back.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far, Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A federal judge has tossed the indictment against James Comey and New York AG Letitia James, ruling that prosecutor Lindsay Halligan was illegally appointed. The cases are widely criticized as politically driven and are now void, although the White House vows to keep pushing. Meanwhile, the Pentagon is investigating Senator Mark Kelly after he urged troops to refuse illegal orders, sparking a major constitutional fight over military power and political retaliation. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem announced a $1 billion investment into new technology and security systems at airports across the nation.
It's been over a decade, maybe 15 years, since the department has put this kind of resources into new technologies to keep our transportation systems secure.
Noem's announcement came as she stopped at multiple airports over the weekend, in part to hand out $10,000 bonus checks to TSA employees who worked diligently and without pay throughout the recent record-setting government shutdown. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says the biggest problem with the U.S.-led peace talks with Russia is land.
Zelensky told the Swedish parliament Monday that legally recognizing and giving up land to Russia would violate the principle of sovereignty and territorial integrity. Russia wants to hold on to the land that it has occupied in Ukraine and also wants Ukraine to limit the size of its military. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said he was optimistic about progress towards peace after talks this weekend in Geneva. President Trump has given Ukraine less than a week to agree to a 28-point plan, although he said over the weekend that it wasn't his final offer. I'm Michael Kastner.
'Tis the season for holiday scams. Experts warn that fake online storefronts, often using URLs that closely mimic legitimate sites, are on the rise, tricking shoppers into giving up money or personal information. Keep your eyes peeled. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
More Americans are getting diagnosed and living with cancer.
A new Gallup survey finds the percentage of people who say they've been diagnosed with cancer is 9.7%, a sharp jump from the 7% reported in 2009. While diagnoses are up, mortality is down. The American Cancer Society says the overall cancer death rate dropped 1.7% each year from 2013 to 2022. I'm Rory O'Neill.
California Attorney General Rob Bonta is now facing a formal complaint claiming he improperly used campaign funds.
Today, the Fair Political Practices Commission's Enforcement Division confirmed it received the complaint. Bonta is accused of spending more than $468,000 in funds for his 2026 re-election campaign on outside legal help. The complaint filed by Raphael Rothschild claims Bonta violated the Political Reform Act by using campaign funds in a way that was not directly related to activities of the committee and not consistent with the primary objectives of the committee. Campaign finance records show Bonta's re-election campaign made 5 separate payments to a private law firm this year. I'm Daniel Martindale.
President Trump is going to be pardoning 2 turkeys, Gobble and Waddle, in the Rose Garden tomorrow. Butterball President and CEO Jay Jondren.
They walked the red carpet yesterday coming into the hotel, and now they've got their own suite, and they're just enjoying life before they go see the president.
The birds are currently staying at Washington's Willard Hotel. First Lady Melania Trump will also join in the annual Thanksgiving tradition. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, and away we go. Get that final hour underway. Looks like the rain has arrived outside the secret bunker. Yeah, kind of a soggy start to our Tuesday here, Southwest Ohio. A lot of rain in the southeast. We've seen some numerous flood warnings. Saw some of the video footage out of Shreveport, Louisiana this past day. Yeah, big time flash flooding. And still dealing with some stronger thunderstorms, actually some severe thunderstorm warnings there in southern Mississippi tonight. What are we looking at? 60-mile-an-hour winds. All right, and that's central and south-central Mississippi there. Meanwhile, okay, we left off with Pappy talking about woke in the military, the Pentagon, and you were kind of highlighting a recruitment ad that was cartoonish kind of thing. And we'll pick up there.
Yeah, Steve, there was just a cartoon. It was a recruitment ad. And it was a joke. It was just a woke disaster. And I remember how I saw this. It was on the Bongino show. He showed this recruiting commercial, and then he turned around and showed a recruiting commercial for Russia. And when we've seen the two side by side, I think we talked about this. The Russia recruiting commercial showed some of the baddest warriors they got in training and doing what warriors do.
Mm-hmm.
And when you compared it to The wokeness commercial. Steve, listen, I'm going to leave you with a couple things. I'm going to get off here. Number one, 1775, when the Navy was formed, pirates were taking over the high seas, right? There was laws put on the books that the United States could engage any hostile pirates that were hostile to the United States. And then laws are still on the books, believe it or not. If I'm not mistaken, I think a lot of this, maybe Andrew Jackson, I could be wrong. I think he might have been president when a lot of that was going on. I could be wrong. But, Steve, these Democrats are selling themselves out, these six especially. They are betraying the United States of America. I'm going to tell you a little story. I'm going to leave, and I'm going to let you go. Back in the 1700s, there was a king on the rampage. And there was a large village that he wanted to take over. He stopped and thought a minute. He said, we need to reach out to the village leader. Go get him and bring him to me. They did. And he told the village leader that he needs to go back to his village and convince the village to surrender in order to save lives on both sides. The king promised him riches, Steve. Gold, silver, but most of all, he promised him power. I will give you a seat next to me if you can do this. Village leader went back, convinced the village to surrender. He brought the whole village back to the king. The king brought him up in front of everybody and put him in a guillotine. And right before they chopped his head off, the leader looked at the king and said, I've done everything you asked. Why would you do this? You betrayed your people. You can't be trusted. And I'll leave you with that, Steve. I appreciate you taking the call. Thanks a bunch.
As they say, things that make you go, points to ponder. Good analysis. All right, Pappy, great to hear from you. Well, let's get the rest of the story on these chameleon carriers. Based on what is an internal document, the DOT wants to overhaul how it identifies high-risk carriers by creating a severity scoring system powered by registration data, operational behavior, and patterns tied to fraud. Now, it's still early. They said the memo is labeled pre-decisional, but it offers the clearest picture yet of how regulators plan to target a problem the trucking industry's been begging them to address for well over a decade. If the proposals inside eventually become policy, the freight landscape could shift fast. Now, kind of breaking it down to understandable plain language, the memo, written by the Director of Strategic Initiatives in the Office of the Assistant Secretary for Research and Technology, was submitted to the Secretary on November 12, outlining a plan to build a data-driven severity matrix, basically a risk score that identifies carriers whose behavior suggests they're hiding behind a new DOT number. The DOT believes unsafe and fraudulent carriers are exploiting weaknesses in the FMCSA registration system. These flaws create opportunities for companies with bad safety histories to close an old company, open a new one with a clean slate, hide their past violation, avoid audits, bypass investigations, and get back on the road as if nothing ever happened. They're known as chameleon carriers. A newly surfaced draft memo from inside the Department of Transportation signals one of the strongest federal moves yet to identify and shut them down. Companies that repeatedly shut down, reopening under a new name, dodging enforcement. These operators have quietly slipped through the cracks for years. Looks like they want to overhaul how they identify high-risk carriers. So what exactly is a chameleon carrier? Well, we pretty much know. Most trucking companies shut down for normal reasons. Finances, contracts drying up, rising insurance costs, sometimes personal decisions. That's part of the business. But a chameleon carrier is different. That's a company that intentionally closes their DOT number after receiving violations or enforcement actions, immediately opens a new one under a different name, then continues operating the same truck, same business, sometimes the same unsafe practices. In other words, same trucks, same drivers, same owners, new identity. The goal isn't to stay in business, it's to stay ahead of enforcement. These carriers often have patterns like identical addresses across multiple companies, recycled phone numbers and emails, fleets that appear and disappear overnight, sudden DOT number changes after major violations, identical operating areas, leased equipment that hops between new entities. The memo states the DOT has the data to spot these patterns at scale. They just haven't really been using it until now. Analysts reviewed SAFER and registration data and noticed behavioral patterns that mirror the tactics used by high-risk carriers trying to disguise their operational identity. As we shared addresses, rapid DOT number turnover, duplicate contact information, inconsistent equipment reporting, clusters of nearly identical companies in the same commercial corridors, leased equipment appearing under multiple DOT numbers in a short time. These are not one-off anomalies. These indicate systemic weaknesses that these operators keep exploiting. The next step, according to the memo, is to use these indicators to generate a severity score for every carrier, showing which ones are most likely to be fraudulent. If deployed, regulators could quickly isolate carriers that are hiding behind new DOT numbers and prioritize them for audits or shutdown. Unscrupulous operators saw an opening, shut down before a violation sticks, reopen quickly, and keep running the freight. But these carriers don't just dodge the rules. They harm the legitimate small carriers, driving down rates, creating unsafe conditions. Insurance premiums rise, obviously, for everyone, ruining the trust with brokers and shippers, undercutting carriers who actually do the right thing. The DOT memo states bluntly that these actions undermine the legitimate carriers. Anybody who's been in the industry long enough knows, they're 100% correct. Next step on the agenda, get rid of the chameleon carriers.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, where are we at? Let's see if Eagle is on board. Undoubtedly, probably trying to get toward the home 20. What's going on, Eagle?
Yeah. I'm still rolling. Well, I ain't driving now, but I'm at the truck stop. I should be home tomorrow. Traffic before this rush hour traffic hit.
Yeah.
Before these people get on the road. Yeah, traffic wasn't too bad. I don't know. I guess people waiting until the last minute, but traffic wasn't too bad today, rolling across Interstate 10. Wasn't too much going on, but maybe people waiting for the last day, Tuesday or Wednesday, to head out or whatever they got to do. These gas prices might keep some people at home. You know, these gasoline is kind of expensive for the cars. So we'll see if that keep them from rolling up to their destination. But yeah, I see you got some other call. I'm glad to hear the other guy called in from Texas. A couple of calls ahead of me, so that's good. Maybe I think they said you had you was on the radio on San Antonio or something. Yes. I think that's what somebody had said. So hopefully some other people will start calling in from Texas. Give you their point of view on the situation. Like I said, Texas, unfortunately, Steve, Texas used to be, mainly Republicans, and now all these Democrats are coming into Texas, unfortunately, from other states, like California and New York and Pennsylvania and places like that, and bringing their bad ideas down to Texas with them. I wish they would leave that wherever they come from. Don't don't leave the state that you're coming from and come to Texas with the same miserable attitude. You know, because it was Greg Abbott. Like I said, he tried to keep things under control. You know, down in Texas. You know, like with this Muslim. What do they call these Muslim? What do they call these guys? You said that they made it outlaw. You were talking about it. Donald Trump had done it, and then Muslim Brotherhood. Is that what they call these guys?
Correct. Yes.
Yeah. He's trying to do something about them because them guys there, they slowly but surely trying to. If you look at what they've done up in Michigan, you know, they've taken over just about a lot of area in Michigan with these Somalians and other people. And they even had a nerve. They had their own police force, and they try to treat American people like you're garbage in your own country. They don't, you know, so like I said, they got to keep a real close eye on these people. And especially, you know, like I said, I didn't get a chance to comment on the meeting with Donald Trump and this bogus mayor of New York. You know, I don't like to say his name because I usually say it wrong, and they really don't care if I say it wrong. But like I said, I don't like that guy. And you know, they said the meeting went pretty good with him and Donald. I don't know what the hell they talked about, but I think Donald Trump. I think they talked about more than what they let know. I think Donald Trump let him know that he's not going to take over New York like he thinks. You know, they can't come out on TV and say that, but I think behind closed doors, Donald Trump told him face to face that he's not going to do what the hell he think he's going to do in New York by turning it into a socialistic or communistic type deal. I think that's what Trump told. That's what, or at least that's what he should have told him, that he's not going to run the city like that. Now, as far as the situation goes, like you have been talking, Steve, with the military, I understand Donald Trump, they taking some action against some guy named Kelly. They might be getting him out of the military court-martial because that's exactly what needs to happen to that guy. You know, like I said, these reporters, these CNN bogus reporters, you know, they were talking about Donald Trump. You know, that just goes to show you how I've been telling you for years, Steve, and other people, not to watch CNN. And, you know, that reporter tried to ask that one woman, the spokesman for Trump. Donald Trump never said nothing about getting nobody executed for disobeying, for telling the military to disobey his order. He said he wanted those people disciplined. He said he wanted those people out of the military. And that reporter tried to put words in his spokesman's mouth 2 or 3 times. She said, "Why did Donald Trump ask for these people to be executed for telling people to Donald Trump never said that." So, like I said before, these people are bogus and they try to get the people scared and get things all riled up. Donald Trump said those people need to be disciplined, and that's exactly what. Like I said, they need to be kicked out of Congress or the Senate or whatever the hell they're in. They need to be out permanently, because what they're doing is wrong. Donald Trump, he's the leader of the United States, and he's giving the orders he's not going to tell these people to do anything that they shouldn't do. And like I told you before, I told you that last week, Steve. Never did what Joe Biden. It's proven fact that Joe Biden had mental decline and physical decline, and never did you hear a Republican say, don't take orders from Joe Biden because this man is not in his right mental mind. Never did you hear. No Republican never said that. So I know damn well the Democrats shouldn't be saying what they're saying. Now, as far as the one other thing, right quick before I hang up, and that's with the MTG. You know, we'll see what happens with her. You know, she's been real quiet the last couple of days. Hopefully, we won't hear from her no more. You know, she going back to Georgia because, like I said, she claims that the reason why she got out is because Donald Trump he paid a lot of money to have her get primaried, and that she was going to waste a lot of money and time because Donald Trump wasn't going to support her, and that's the reason why she decided to get out, because she realized that she had no chance of winning because Donald Trump wasn't going to back her to be back in that position again. So that's why she got out. So like I said before, she needed to get out. She didn't deserve the backing of Donald Trump. When she stepped on Donald Trump's toes, Steve, during the government shutdown, and said that Donald Trump was wrong for doing what he did, and then she went against him with the Epstein files, it was time for her to move, for them to be separated. And Donald Trump, how the hell can he support somebody that stabbed him in the back 2 times in a row like that? So I say good riddance to MTG. Have a nice life in Georgia, and I thank you for taking my call.
All right, yeah, and she did speak out. I don't know if she yesterday or might have been the day before, but she said she's not going to be endorsing anyone as far as who will replace her in that 14th district. Said she's going to allow the people of the district to make their choice. I guess that's a smart move. But all right, back after the news break.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Former FBI Director James Comey and New York Attorney General Letitia James are celebrating after federal cases brought against them have been dismissed. Comey called the prosecution based on malevolence and incompetence.
I know that Donald Trump will probably come after me again, and my attitude's going to be the same. I'm innocent, I am not afraid, and I believe in an independent federal judiciary.
Both face potential appeals from the Justice Department. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says he's confident the U.S. will not enter a recession in 2026.
Bessent made the reassurance during an appearance on NBC's Meet the Press.
I am very, very optimistic on 2026. We have set the table for a very strong, non-inflationary growth economy.
He did, however, acknowledge certain sectors such as housing have had pressure. Consumers have felt a bit better about the economy since the government shutdown ended. John Summers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join Medi-Share and save even more than usual. For many families, joining Medi-Share means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. But what's more, Medi-Share members like it. We know this from member surveys. They like it a lot. It's a proven thing now. Medi-Share has been around for over 30 years. It's a Christian community of hundreds of thousands of people now. Here's the thing, too. If you join before November 30th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they will waive your application fee. So you save $100 right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call and you'll get a price within 2 minutes. Again, the deadline is November 30th, so call now. You'll save even more. Here's the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Alrighty, back at it here. That's one thing we had not touched on Monday, or this morning at this point, was the president's little meeting at the Oval Office with Mayor-elect Mondami of New York there. Most of us probably missed it because it came down Friday, literally hours before that meeting, though. But the House of Representatives Friday morning voted overwhelmingly in favor of a resolution denouncing the horrors of socialism. The irony of that. I was quite surprised. Nearly 100 Democrats actually voted with the Republicans on that. It was Representative Maria Elvira Salazar's resolution that credited socialism for killing over 100 million people worldwide and declares the ideology as one that necessitates a concentration of power that has time and time again collapsed into communist regimes, totalitarian rule, and brutal dictatorships. That's the history of socialism, people. It's just a fact. It pointed out the brutal dictators who committed many of the greatest crimes in history. Vladimir Lenin, Joseph Stalin, Mao Zedong, Fidel Castro, Pol Pot, Kim Jong-il, Kim Jong-un, Daniel Ortega, Hugo Chavez, Nicolas Maduro today. Contrasting the principles of socialism with those espoused by the Founding Fathers in the Constitution. Resolved by the House of Representatives, the Senate concurring, Congress denounced socialism in all its forms and opposes the implementation of socialist policies in the United States, said the resolution. Meanwhile, Mondami had arrived at Ronald Reagan Airport earlier in the morning, trailed by reporters, didn't take any questions. There were several representatives, Deborah Ross of Pennsylvania, Janelle Bynum of Oregon, that simply voted present. Your progressive Democrats, Jasmine Crockett, surprise, surprise, Dan Goldman, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, all voted against the measure. Even the House Democrat leader, Hakeem Jeffries, who gave his full endorsement to Mondami, voted in favor of that. Well, how can you have it both ways? Mondami went on to meet the president of the Oval Office at 3 o'clock Friday afternoon. The president announced Mondami's visit earlier last week, calling him by his name. Now, New York Republican Councilwoman Vicky Palladino, after that meeting occurred, said President Trump pretty much played Mondami during that White House meeting. As she put it, a well-played game of chess. The president emerged as the strategic victor, putting Mondami in a position where he could either succeed and leave Trump credited or stumble and face the fallout. This marked a reversal in tone with that meeting Friday. President Trump gave him every benefit of the doubt. He set Zoran to be that person that has to answer to his Democrat Socialist of America Party base in New York City. He will now be answerable to the Democrat Socialist of America and other progressive backers after positioning himself alongside Trump publicly, adding that the incoming mayor has to deliver on affordability and other campaign promises that he made, although she does not expect New York to outright fall or fail. The game is long. The real test is going to be how Mondami navigates his first 3 to 6 months in office. He was like the child in the room, and Trump was the president. Of course, the president opposed Mondami's campaign, calling him a communist, threatened to withhold federal funds from New York City if he won. But when they met on Friday, it was more like a cordial exchange. They discussed affordability and public safety. Palladino said this showed Trump understands the leverage. By extending goodwill now, he places Mondami in a bind, needing federal support while being tethered to the progressive base that's expecting radical change. She said, this is not negotiation. This is politics. The pitfalls will be whether Mondami maintains his ideological bearings or bends to federal and broader citywide expectations. But as he prepares for swearing in January the 1, this may represent only an initial step. She said if Mondami follows established political patterns, he could surprise some conservative observers, yet leave Trump's political strategy intact. All right, he's going to have to fall into line or face the consequences, as she put it. But we witnessed time after time playing, I don't know, what do you call it, 3-dimensional chess, 4-dimensional chess in some occasions. Morning, blind man.
Good morning, Steve. Well, it's time for Congress to bring back the House of Un-American Activities. I remember that from the 50s and 60s, all they did was keep an eye on what the communists were up to back then. Mm-hmm. With everything that's going on today, that's got to be brought back, and I hope Congress could do that. Another topic, we're still trying, Nick and I are still trying to get your show on WCBM in Baltimore. I hope you guys could reach out to Sean Casey again and see if you can get him on. Nick and I have sort of worn our welcome. We need other people to jump on the bandwagon, so to speak. That station covers most of Maryland, including the Eastern Shore, and that would be a big plus for you if we can get your show on and get rid of Dumb and Dumber, if you know you know what I mean.
I got you loud and clear there. Right. Not even sure who is that. That's not an iHeart station by chance, is it? Do you know?
I think it is. I'm not 100% sure. I know it's a mom and pop station.
Okay, well, if it's mom and pop, it's probably not iHeart. But yeah, I'd have to do some checking. But yeah, in most cases, I mean, if they've
If you could get on WCBM, that would be a huge plus for you.
Well, like I say, I always appreciate your efforts there, you and Nick, trying to do your thing behind the scenes. But we're getting stations.
Yeah, we are.
One at a time. We're getting stations elsewhere around the country, so it takes time.
It'd be interesting to hear the call sign of some of these stations, so maybe I can, pick it up some night. You never know.
Who was it? The first-time caller the other night that mentioned an app that of course, we have our own app, but he uses an app, and that's where he actually found us. He found us on the station. Which one was it? The station, I think it was out of Denver. He found us there because he uses his app. I think it was USA Radio app, where you can listen to terrestrial stations all over the country on the app, and that's where he came across us there out of Denver.
I can do the same thing with my electronic girlfriend.
Right.
Tell her to play a specific station.
Yeah.
That's how I found you. Well, it was before I had my electronic girlfriend. When you were originally on WLW, that came in every night, and that's how I found you. And then Nick told me how to get you directly. I just tell my electronic girlfriend, play the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and I get your direct feed.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So that's how I listen to you. And I've been telling some of my other friends who are insomniacs, I said, if you want to hear some real truckers, I tell them to tune in your show.
There you go.
Because your show's the best show going at night. Really, it is.
I appreciate it, Blind Man. I thank you so much. You going to get any Thanksgiving turkey? Are you a turkey connoisseur here Thursday? All right, let's look at travelers' weather. Of course, today, supposedly, things really going to be ramping up on the highways and byways. Airports are going to be supposedly packed and stacked. Of course, we saw the storm that brought flooding rains across California, showers to the deserts in the southwest. That storm advancing across the plains here early in the week, strengthening and evolving into ultimately a cross-country storm, a disruptive travel for millions ahead of Thanksgiving. Flash flooding remains a pretty big concern from the hill country of Texas into Missouri. Downpours could significantly reduce visibility, causing travel disruptions for those early travelers. We're looking at a broad area of heavy rain we saw developing across portions of Texas, eastern Oklahoma, Arkansas, as we got the week underway this past day. Wind gusts with some of these stronger storms. We've seen some of these, 60 miles per hour. For our day ahead here, Tuesday, the risk of severe weather continues on, but a bit further east. Southeastern Louisiana, eastern Tennessee, western North Carolina, areas in play today. Greatest risk for these storms will be high winds, torrential downpours, ponding on the highways. Following a rather active stretch to start the travel week, some calmer conditions will be following later this holiday week. In the wake of this early week activity, Texas, Oklahoma, a majority of the week leading up to Thanksgiving, things should begin to dry out. Texas, probably starting today. Good news for holiday travelers there. Dry condition welcomed by many as the nation nears Thanksgiving Day. Brother Rambler checks in momentarily. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, they've done studies that 100% of the time, It works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Let's see what Brother Rambler has going on. Cue the microphone. Double click. There we go. Well, happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving, Steve, and praise God to you. And hello, God's children listening to us far and wide, whether you're out there on the Riverwalk in San Antonio or the High Plains District of Ely, Nevada, or down there along the Gulf Coast of Houston, Texas. Man, we're coming to you loud, live, and in living color, and we really thank you for having us come into your household, to your truck, to wherever you listening to us at for the past 5 hours, and we thank you so much. And man, just keep us coming on in. We appreciate it. We love having you. So praise God for that. Man, I tell you what, there was a good post that Brother Dale made to your Facebook fan page.
Yeah,
it was by Facebook guy named Trucker Pax, but it was by a woman named Kimberly Bartold. And she goes at Kimberly Bartold, that told a pretty good story about how a lot of these foreign drivers can't speak a lick of English are being shut out and put out of service, but going right back to work. And if you go watch the video, go to Steve Summers fan page, Steve Summers fan page on Facebook, you'll see this. It'll be like the third or fourth post. It'll be by a guy named Trucker Pax who posted it, and be a lady named Kimberly Bartold.
Okay.
That posted this and how they use yeah, it's very interesting how, and she pulls up the data that shows, because it shows her truck, it was involved in an accident by a non-speaking English driver, and the same DOT number, she found that same driver that was apparently put out of service, supposed to have his CDL suspended, was back in service and had another accident. So very interesting to go and see
I'll
that.
check that out.
Well, we didn't have church this past. Yeah, check that out, my man. We didn't have church this past Sunday because I blew my vocal cords out again. We went to me and Star Wars Dane. We got good tickets to go see South Alabama Jaguars play. As you can see, my voice is acting up now, and it was a good game. We played Southern Miss and we beat them 42-35, but it was a pretty good game. It was an upset really because they were 7-2 and we were only won 3 games. So I guess Major Applewhite saved his job there. And we got a tough test coming up this weekend. My beloved Alabama Crimson Tide is in a must-win situation against the Auburn Tigers. So we don't beat Auburn, we're not going to the SEC championship game, and we're out of the playoffs. Auburn is playing for a chance to make it to a bowl game because they're 5-6. So if they get 6-6, they'll go to the Aloha Bowl or whatever mediocre bowl that they'll go to. So, and they got a lot of good rivalry games coming up this weekend. But we will be back having church, Steve. I'm resting my vocal cords again. Like I said, I got carried away. It's a live football game, and
right,
man, we just had seats and got to see all the live action right up in front of us. And yeah, I was like, man, I got up Sunday morning. I was like, man, I could barely even speak. So that was a mistake on my part. But we will be back this Sunday, and we're just so happy to have you along with us. Before I go, Steve, I know it's Thanksgiving. And I've been hearing a lot of the advertisements for Hot Shot Secret, and we need to be advertising Hot Shot Secret because winter time's approaching, and you got to have that diesel treat and gasoline treat and stiction eliminator. But, what about your gas? Now, we got Thanksgiving coming up. We're going to be eating the turkey and getting that tryptophan. Yeah, and the potato salad, the deviled eggs, and you know what deviled eggs does, and that gives you gas. Well, you go to your local drugstore, Walmart, you buy stuff to treat your gas problem. But what about the gas in your summer equipment that you're putting up, like your lawnmower, your weed eater? It needs treatment too. And, Steve, I want to just say that Gold Eagle Products makes this awesome product called Stabil. Now, that's how I treat my gas for my Pulsar 6,000-watt generator that I use every year. Get ready for hurricane season. And that's how I treat my gas for my Aries ride lawnmower that I have to put up. So if you want to keep your equipment going good, treat your gas with Stabil. And if you have gas problems on the other end, whether it comes out the mouth or it comes out the tail, you can go to your drugstore and buy the proper equipment to treat that gas. Other than that, I know it's going to be a busy travel day. Everyone stay safe. God bless you. Remember the reason for the season. It ain't about the fat man riding the sleigh. And if children are listening to this, I want you kids to remember that even St. Nicholas has a creator. He was created also, and even he has to bow down to the babe in the manger. Always remember that. And I leave you with this, and that is love. Love is more than just a four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, oh, Brother Rambler loves you, and I do. And let's spread the word about Steve Summers and the Overnight Drive. God bless. We love you. Happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you so much, Brother Rambler. I've only got about a minute left, but I think we might have a first-time caller. I don't know. John, are you one of our listeners there on the Eastern Shore, or where? What's going on, John?
Yes, sir. I'm a listener on the Eastern Shore. I'm not a trucker. I'm a 65-year-old construction superintendent, but we do get you guys for from the very far East Coast to an hour inland on radio station 98.5.
98.5?
You had a caller 2 calls ago that... Yep, 98.5. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so is that the voice of Delmarva? Is that the one?
Yep. You got it.
All right. Well, first-time caller, so I got your number down here. We got to get you a first-time caller code, $60 voucher for Hot Shot Secret there, John. I thank you so much.
All right, well, thank you, and I'll be keeping in touch.
All right, yeah, don't be a stranger. Yeah, so we squeezed him in there at the very last second, so, yeah, call a little bit earlier sometime. We'll have a chance to chat. Yeah, we close it out there on a Tuesday. Thank you so much for being with us. Safe travelers for the travelers, and we'll have all the latest on what's going on when we come back for our Wednesday edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling,